Yes, honey. Yes. Mother is back. Yes. I know y'all ain't think a little thing like warrants is going to keep me off the internet. No, I'm just kidding. I paid all of those for all of the Po9 that's listening. Anyway, good evening, everybody. Oh my goodness. What a night. What a night of shocks, surprises, and everything in between. This has been a very eventful week, honey. Mother has been thoroughly entertained by a few things, and those things we are going to get into this evening. But first, I definitely just want to go over some news. Just it's not even a lot. A few things I saw. Most of it had to do with with some of the fights that took place today, and next week we have our upcoming fights, and we'll talk about that and some of the boys that aren't getting along, and we'll go from there. But let's see. First, I have a little bit, just a smidget of news. Not too much going on. I already told y'all. Most of it I post on our community page anyway. But for those of y'all who don't pay attention really to the community page, y'all know that Mayweather, he was suing somebody because they were going around saying that he was let me say, how do I say this? Financially strapped, not liquid. Okay, so but he's has since dropped the lawsuit, so on and so forth. And then his fight with Manny Pacquiao will proceed as scheduled in September. And he must have worked something out with the IRS too, Chop, because I think they're about to let him go overseas and fight his fight that he has in June or July. So he's going to be able to go ahead and move forward with that fight as well. Um, Now there was another fight that was scheduled today, the Angelo Leo fight, and obviously y'all know that that was off. But we're going to talk about what's next for these gentlemen, right? Because although it was not, his fault, the fight is still off because Reese Aleem missed weight. Okay, he missed weight bad too. I think he came in at 128.8. And then he had a second go around and he came in at 128 even. Still in all, he missed weight. Okay. So the IBF is still to make an announcement of what will remain of the mandatory position. Okay. And we'll see what happens to Angelo Leo moving forward. Hopefully they, find something else that they can do for him because it wasn't his fault. So we'll definitely see what happens with that. And I'll be watching that closely, of course. Um, this week, David Benavidez warned Bivol, don't, basically, you better not duck me, son. You better not duck me again, because we all know that he dropped his belt previously so that he wouldn't have to face him. I know. Before y'all talking about some old mother, he had back surgery. Yeah. He does also fight, if I'm not mistaken, at the end of this month. His mandatory, which is F Art, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll see how he looks in that fight, and then hopefully after that fight, he'll be looking to make a fight with David Benavidez. Him, Better Be, he's called all of these guys out. Most recently and in the past, I remember originally he went to Saudi in hopes of calling out the winner of Better Be and Bivol, I believe their second fight. And then, there were talks about them fighting again, and then who knows what happened with that. But David Benavidez is willing and ready to get into the ring with both of them. Either or, don't matter. He ready squabble up. So that's that. Um, poor thing, child. We're gonna talk about this a little bit, but unfortunately, Zak Chelli, bested David Morrell. Um, Listen, I want to talk about this because when I read this article, it made me think about something that I always say, right? Like, stop overlooking your opponent. And that's exactly what Zak was saying. He was like, he barely spoke about me all fight week. He was talking about another fight with David Benavidez. He talking about facing this one, facing that one, and not really focused on his fight with me. So Zak Chelli graduates to 17-3-1 with 9 knockouts. David Morrell obviously is 12-2 and with 9 knockouts. We're going to get to this fight in a little bit, but I just thought that was important because I say that all the time. Like, some of these guys, they overlook who's in front of them. Another example that I can think of that a fight like that happened was Caleb Plant and Resendez. If y'all remember at the press conference, it was more or less about him and Charlo. These were supposed to be just stay busy fights. Resendez and Lamana. they were supposed to be pretty much stay busy fights, and then Charlo and Caleb Plant were supposed to get back in the ring for the animosity that they have, the slap, all of that stuff, but it didn't work out that way. Charlo, he handled his part of the deal, but then unfortunately Caleb Plant was unsuccessful in his fight with Resendez, and then as we know, Resendez just lost last weekend to Hami Mangia. So it's just all about paying attention to what's in front of you. Eat what's on your plate. So I just thought that was interesting that he said that too. So a lot of these guys, man, they're worrying about the big fights, and then they think these little fights in between, like, now these guys is coming to Rumble too. They have a point to prove. So you should never overlook anybody. Let me see, what is this? Oh yeah, I told y'all that he missed weight, unfortunately, with his old unprofessional self. So we're gonna see what's next to both of these gentlemen moving forward. Mm, mm, mm. Keyshawn Davis, as we know, next week he will be facing Nair Albright for the second time. Their first fight was ruled a no contest due to Keyshawn popping dirty for marijuana. I still say that was one of the toughest fights, if not the toughest fight that Keyshawn Davis has had thus far. And I say Nair Albright, he's not an easy out for any of these boys. You know what I mean? We saw what happened between Keyshawn's brother and Nair Albright. He put hands, shoulders, knees, and toes on him. And then whatever transpired backstage. So this is their kind of remake, and Keyshawn has been adamant that he's going to knock Nair out this time. So we're definitely going to see how this fight pans out. Once again, these boys looking past and doing all kind of stuff. He's also made reference to going up to 147, fighting Devin, fighting Connor. So just pay attention to what's in front of you, because once again, Nair Albright is a tough out for any of these young men. So, but Keyshawn, he's been training. He does look a little better in his last fight with Ortiz. He did seem to, be a little more focused, a little more evil within that ring. He's very entertaining to watch at times. So we'll see what happens in this fight coming up this weekend. Um I don't know who been calling this baby that, but y'all need to stop this. Raymond Ford rejects his dollar store Shakur label, okay, ahead of his O'Shaquie Foster fight. Now, I don't know if O'Shaquie been calling the boy a dollar store Shakur Stevenson, but Raymond Ford is very upset by the notion that he is a knockoff version of Shakur Stevenson. But I will say this. This is kind of what happens when you insert yourself in beef, right? And I know people have told me, no, Ford has been wanting to fight O'Shaquie. And I'm like, but it kind of got a little bit more, I guess, noticeable when he decided to insert himself between O'Shaquie and Shakur. That's when it kind of became like, oh my goodness, what's going on right here? You know what I mean? So nevertheless, this fight is also at the end of the month on the 30th. So we'll be able to have our answer then. I know that Shakur told O'Shaquie if he beats Raymond, if he gives Raymond Ford an opportunity, then he would give O'Shaquie an opportunity. So we'll just see if Shakur is going to stand on his word, and we will know that by the end of the month. I know some of y'all saw my video that I did about Devin Haney going on over to the Zuffa child. Well, it looks like it is official. It looks like it is, Devin Haney has decided to go on over to Zuffa, and we're gonna talk a little bit more about that a little later in the show too, because I got a few things I got to say about that. But nevertheless, that's the news. And then also Shakur Stevenson. It looks like all these boys are jumping ship. So we're gonna definitely see, and like I said, we're gonna break this down. We're gonna break this thing down like a fraction in a little bit. But I did see that, and I did want to let y'all know in my video, I did say it wasn't impossible that Devin Haney would go to Zuffa, but I did say that it is impossible that they paying him $100 million, and I'm standing on that. So it just is what it is. But that's what I saw so far as the new. Oh, hey y'all. I thought I was gonna do a pre-record chat. I thought everybody was in bed. Hey Tony. Shut up, Tony. Told my hurry up. Lord have mercy. Hey DJ baby, how you doing? Y'all make sure y'all smash the like button. Hey Aircraft. Hey AJ. Hey see. Oh, y'all up late tonight. Hey Lee baby. Morella. Tony, go do your run or walk or whatever it is you was doing, child. Anyway, ain't got time for Tony. Let's go through these upcoming fights because I want to get to these Negroes. So where is my poster that I have for my upcoming fights? Lordy, where are you doing it? Oh my goodness. Next week we got Keyshawn After that, we have Oshaki Foster. It's another one at the end of the month too. Hold on, y'all. I thought I put this poster up in here. Sure didn't. Anyway, so we have the Wardley versus Dubois. Tomorrow on Mother's Day, we have Mosley Jr. versus Boachuk. Next weekend, we have Keyshawn versus Albright. On the 23rd, we have Usyk versus Rico. Remember that kickbox I told y'all about? And then the two fights on the 30th are Foster versus Ford and Bivol, like I told y'all earlier, versus Efart. I believe that is mandatory. So those are the fights for the remainder of May. Okay. And then obviously the end of June, we know we have the boots fight. And there's some other smaller fights in between as well. And there is also a Zuffa card coming up in June. That if y'all want to, we can talk about, because I believe Edwin De Los Santos is on that card as well. So we'll definitely talk about. Hey ladies, so how y'all doing? Y'all show these ladies some love. So beautiful. I love y'all content. So I don't always catch y'all when y'all live, but I always like y'all. Y'all was on vacation a little while ago too, right? Y'all look like I had a good time. Hey Dondrick, baby, how you doing? Yeah, we're getting ready to talk about these fights too. But I just want to give y'all the remainder of the fights for the month. So don't forget Keyshawn, and then it's next week, and then we have Bivol at the end of the month, and we got Usyk on the 23rd. So we got a pretty good month of boxing, and then it just hopefully it'll continue to heat up as the summer approaches and comes to us. We'll see what else we got. Child, let's get into this first fight. Lord of mercy. Now y'all know that they be hating, so I took a clip anyway because I'm hard headed, but it's not that long. I just wanted to give us an overview while we talking about it real quick, y'all. He got slapped. Y'all see him slap him like he owed him some money. Fix it, Father. Jesus Christ on the cross. Oh my goodness. Whoop him. Oh my goodness. Okay. So now that that's fresh up in your minds, not that it wasn't fresh in your mind, but now that that's fresh up in your mind, right? Let's go into what happened, right? Within 10 seconds, I believe, of the opening bell, Wardley lands, what was that, an overhand right? Okay, behind Dubois's ear, and he hit the canvas. Now, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I was like, here we go again. Here we go again. Then I think it was like, what was it, the second or the third round? Wardley, finishes him. Dubois takes a knee. I said, Lord have it. God damn it, get off your knees, man. The same thing in the Usyk fight. So I just knew. I was like, come on, man. I said it before the fight. I was like, listen, this fight is going to let us know if he is done or if he's, on his comeback tour. You know what I mean? So when he took that second, I was like, oh, this is ridiculous. So 2 knockdowns, I believe, within the first 3 rounds. It was not looking good, right? And this is a heavyweight title fight, right? So I think this was Wardley's home crowd, right? Yeah, right. Wardley's home crowd, right? Everything. I mean, listen, I said the same thing. Oh God, Dubois about to get stopped again because the history showed us that Joe Joyce, Usyk, twice. That's the story that's been told. That's the most recent data we have on him. And then after he got slapped, I guess he made a decision. He stopped surviving, child, and started fighting. So I don't know. He went to work though with that stiff left jab, baby. He went to work. There was the same left jab I think that he was punishing AJ with. So, he walked him down for the majority of the rest of the fight, and Wardley had absolutely nothing left. By the later rounds, he was bleeding bad. I don't know if his nose was broke or what was going on. He got checked though by the doctor, and they it looked like his legs was gone. Round 11 TKO. That was it. I don't know. The referee looked like he was soaked in blood. It was just like, oh my goodness, what's going on? Let's watch it again. Wait, let me see if I got another angle. But I had another angle. Damn it. My little scary self probably ain't want to download no more. But you see the blood on the back of the referee shirt? Whooping his behind. That slap, I'm telling you, that slap woke him up. That slap had to wake him up. I don't know what was going on, but he slapped the mess out that man. Okay, Flip going. Okay, David Allen next week too. The winner might have Dubois. I don't know because didn't Dubois say he wanted to fight AJ again or something like that? Yes, he did. Yes, Tony. This is ridiculous. I can't even get through my doggone show. Tony itching to get up here and start lying and hating. Look at him. Watch him, y'all. I can't even get through my damn show. Come on up here, Tony. Like a spoiled brat. Damn shame. I want to talk about the people that got whooped on now. And I also want to talk about these fools running over here to Zuffa. So don't get up here crying about nothing. We ain't got all night. Come on, Tony. Anyway, till he get up here. Yeah, so yeah, he slapped him to death. Lord have mercy. He got the Charlo treatment. I don't know why y'all don't ever behave. Y'all never behave. Anyway, come on, y'all. Let me get through. Lord have mercy. Okay. So that was that fight, right? Listen, to me, the round, I guess, that defined the fight was kind of like round 4, right? Because after being knocked down twice, you know what I'm saying, and getting slapped, let's not forget about that damn slap. You know, I thought he was like, oh my God, this nigga about to take another damn knee, man. But it looked like he had some sort of mental shift. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if it was a slap. Like I said, I thought it was a slap. He was in that ring angry that he got slapped. I don't know. But whatever decision that was made in that 60-second break, honey, he came out ready to do something. And by that time, it looked like Wardley's gas tank was like gone. Is it just me? Or did he look like he was like depleted by like round 5 or 6? I don't know. The big puncher was swinging from the kill early and didn't get it all. You know, I don't know. It wasn't looking good. So he lost, needless to say. So what's next, right? For both of them, right? Not just Dubois, of course. We're gonna talk about the winner first, right? He holds now the WBO, right? WBO heavyweight title. And he got some options, you know what I'm saying? Usyk, I don't want to see that again. Is in the conversation. You know, we know Usyk is undisputed. He done stopped Dubois twice. You know, the trilogy, I guess, is sitting there. I mean, listen, if it's big money, I'm sure they'll make it. But if Dubois can come back and somehow beat Usyk after 2 losses, you know what I'm saying? Then, then it's a real conversation. Good evening, Tony.
What's going on? How you doing?
I'm doing amazing. What's up?
Here for the controversy.
I know you here for the cards. I didn't even get to that. I wanted to do the fight review first. But tell me what you thought of the cards, Tony. What did you think? Let's do the first fight that we just showed. What did you think about the stoppage? Do you think it was justified? What do you think? Talk to me. What did you think about him getting his slap, first of all, and then getting oh my goodness, and then proceeding to whoop ass the rest of the fight?
So here's what I'm gonna say first. I did not see the undercard. I was watching Mortal Kombat 2. So
Okay.
I was at the movies and I caught the main event right after it was done. I timed it perfect. As far as this goes, I agree with you. I was saying, in fact, on my Google Hangouts, I was talking to somebody and I was like, bro, it looked like he said from the poison water because this dude looked gassed in like the 3rd, 4th round. I was like, something don't look right about the way he's moving and like he's just winging for the air. Like he ain't even in range to hit. But I concluded that Triple D, he's still a quitter. I don't care if he won. He's a quitter. He's never going to stop quitting because in that 3rd round, he got hit, didn't like it. He ran away and took a knee. Like, he wasn't wobbled. He wasn't hurt. He was just like, oh, no, I don't like this. Let me take this knee real fast. Now, I give it to him. He came back and won. But here's the thing about it. Wardley is a dude. If this was a video game, he put all his stats into luck. Because he ain't never won a fight by skill. Every fight he's ever won, some fluky, lucky shit happens. How he beat Parker. The referee stepped in, stopped the fight when a lot of people thought it shouldn't have happened. Even whenever he fought his rival, what's his name? Frazier Clark, the first one. Some real fluky shit happened where he won that one. So I just say his luck stat was on 100. But looping shots will never beat straight punches. I give it to Daniel. He stuck it out. He got the stoppage in the 11th round. I felt like it was a good stoppage. I feel like Wardley's one of them dudes who you could just beat on and he'll never go down. But you're talking about long-term damage it could cause, how much he'll take a beating. So
yeah, you think his nose was broke?
Oh, his nose was broke. His orbital bone might have been broke on his I think it was his right eye that looked like it was like broken. But that's the difference in Daniel. If Daniel Dubois would have been in the position of Wardley, he would have quit. A real fighter like Wardley, he gonna fight till somebody stops it or the bell rings. He ain't gonna give up. So I give him credit. He's just not that skilled. And that was the
Okay.
issue. And then, like, what drove me crazy about Wardley was, yes, he dropped him in like the first 8, 9, 10 seconds with an overhand. But it's like he kept trying to recreate it. He kept throwing high, and Daniel kept dipping down low to go underneath, but he never adjusted. I was yelling at my screen, like, throw your shots low. You know, he
Yeah.
dipping. Why you keep throwing over the top? Go low with him.
Mm.
But
Mm.
overall, like I said, I think Daniel is still a quitter. I just don't think Wardley got him in a position to where he was able to quit.
Mm. Okay. Okay, you think he didn't bested him. You know what is crazy? I used to think like from, obviously just what we've seen, like I said, in recent times, the Joe Joyce and the Usyk fights. I'm like, yo, Daniel Dubois is a front runner. Like if he don't start off good, he's not like a come from behind type of guy. He'll take a knee, you know what I'm saying? Or he'll just like quit. So tonight, like you said, that slap, somebody in the chat said it, that slap would stay focused, you know what I'm saying, and get out there, I guess, and get that belt, because up until then it was looking like it was going the same way. Do you understand? Like, do you agree?
Yeah.
Like, because the two knockdowns, and then you, like you said, the knee. I was like, oh come on, man, what are you doing? But then it was like that slap helped him turned it around, So
Well, that's the thing about it too, and like you said, and I agree. Like it was like after that third round, it looked like Wardley had no energy left. It was like he was just depleted. And there was nothing really done to make him gas because he really didn't throw that many shots. He didn't get hit by a whole lot of shots. And normally he has a really good gas tank. So it was just weird. But what I will say to aircraft carrier is this. We have seen Daniel Dubois get up before from being knocked down. But when the pressure gets on him, he quits every single time. You just have to apply the pressure. I mean, even in this fight, I had to look at my notes, but he was dominating some of the later rounds, and Wardley would hit him with a good shot, and he would back off like he was scared. So again, like I'm telling you, this dude has got no heart. He a straight 10 man. He a 10 man.
Well, yeah, aircraft. I'm just saying, obviously, we know he didn't quit because he won the fight. But I'm just saying, from the beginning, like the first 3 rounds, it looked like it was going that way. The knee, the knockdown. You know what I'm saying? So that's all that I'm pretty much trying to say. How it looked. But so, okay, Tony, what is next, right? Obviously Usyk is in the conversation. Like I said, he's undisputed. You know, Usyk, obviously he picks his moments. Joshua is available. Dubois knocked him out in 2024. You know what I'm saying? That rematch kind of makes commercial sense. But after tonight, Dubois needs to be looking up, not sideways. You know what I'm saying? Unless Joshua can like reinvent himself fundamentally, that's a money fight right there for him. Fury's name, maybe, or like what do you think is next for Daniel Dubois?
Real fast before we get into that, I just want to bring this up because I don't think it was mentioned unless I missed it. In the 7th round, the referee saved Daniel Dubois' life because there was like 15 seconds left on the clock. Daniel got staggered, and the referee just stopped them from fighting and held on to Wardley until the bell rang.
Okay, somebody saying that the King of the Great. Hello, King Kale of the Great. He says the ref Howard Foster let the fight go too far. He has the reputation of stopping fights early. He do got a reputation for that. Wardley's corner should have thrown in the towel.
I mean, I would never say that. So here's the thing. You got to know your fighter. If you have a guy who can knock somebody out, especially if he's already put somebody down twice, you'll never throw in the towel, no matter how beat up he is, because you always had that lucky shot that can land. And if you've shown the power that you can stop a dude, which he did, you let it continue until the referee stops it or your guy goes down and doesn't get up. So I don't agree with the corner stopping it. I think the referee did the right job at stopping it. But again, I got to come back to, in that 7th round, there was like 15 seconds left. Wardley had connected like 4 or 5 clean shots on Daniel, had him wobbled, and the referee stopped the fight and held onto his glove until the bell rang. So I don't know, but what's next for Daniel Dubois? I hope not Usyk. I'm so sick of Usyk's run at heavyweight. All this dude does, he only has rematches. Almost all his fights are rematches. I don't want to see another rematch. I don't want to see him fight another fighter that he's already fought. Go fight Ajit Caballero. If you really the best, go fight who is truthfully the number 1 guy of the division. Ajit Caballero, go fight him. Let's see who wins.
Right. Right. So listen, my read is a strong, I guess, mandatory defense to prove that tonight was a statement and not a fluke. Right. And then, you know what I'm saying? Go for who's available. And like you said, the Usyk thing, I really don't want to see that again. You know what I'm saying? Although that's like a big, I guess, fight over there, like in the UK. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. We're going to see what he does. I want to see that tonight was not a fluke. So let him get a mandatory and then we'll see what he does after that. For Wardley, um, because Fabio Wardley, I think he gave every single thing he had tonight, right? Like he came out in the first 10 seconds for a world title fight and almost ended it. You know what I'm saying? He's never, gonna be like outworked, in my opinion, right? He's never gonna quit. He fought the kind of fight that, the British boxing fans love and respect, but his chin was tested tonight. You know what I'm saying? And for whatever reason, he kept getting tagged. And he needs to work on his endurance and his, that gas tank he got a leaky flat going into the damn fight. He's what, 31, 32? 32, I think he is, right? So he has a little bit of time. But we'll see. We'll see what he does, if he's learned anything from tonight's fight. And if he can still be a genuinely dangerous heavyweight. I don't think this is the end of his story, but the next chapter obviously has to be, written in stone if he's going to continue. You know what I'm saying? So, well, good for you. FaZe the Great winning some money, baby. Good for you. You think that Frank Warren is going to feed Dubois to Ntama? Ooh, Lee.
Nah, I don't see that.
You don't think so?
No, because here's the thing. Frank likes Daniel. He's got some. Look, they keep giving Daniel title shots. Now, here's the thing about Daniel. He ain't never really been a champion, in my opinion, because the only belts he's ever won were stripped from Usyk. So he ain't, like, as long as Usyk's there, I don't consider him a real champion until you beat, like, you just walking around with this dude's belts that got stripped for no reason. One was because Tyson Fury, they had a rematch clause and he couldn't fight, so that's how Daniel got that belt. And now, like, he got stripped because Usyk want to do, like, I think because he had like an alleged back injury, even though I don't believe that. But
no, I told you he was doing the Macarena.
I know. I seen it, man.
That's when they. That's when they requested the medical records. I feel. Yeah, that's when they requested them extra medical records. They was like,
But yeah, still at the end of the day, I look at it like this: he ain't never beat an actual reigning champion. Like he hasn't. I don't consider Wardley winning a strip title, a belt, and I don't consider. In fact, I don't even know if Wardley won a belt. He might have got elevated. I don't remember.
Didn't he take that belt from Joseph Parker? Didn't Parker have that belt?
No, I don't think Parker had the belt. I think the belt got stripped, and then because Usyk had the belt. I don't think Parker beat anybody to get a belt.
He said AJ.
No. He's talking about Daniel Dubois beat AJ.
Okay.
That's the second time around.
That's the second. Yeah, that was the second time around. Okay.
But yeah, I look at it like this. Like I don't. Again, AJ was not a title holder at the time, so I don't care about these vacant belts that he keeps picking up. When you have an undisputed boxer in a division, them belts don't matter. They don't matter. I always say belts matter, but they don't matter if somebody's undisputed. At that point, the undisputed champion could throw them all in the trash can because the only person that matters is the one that won undisputed.
Right.
So until somebody beats Usyk or he retires, there's no legitimate champion at that division. That's just my opinion. It'll always be that way. But I don't think so. Here's the thing. Frank Warren had the same thing happen before. It was Joe Joyce, Daniel Dubois. He never really liked Joe Joyce. He was hoping Joe Joyce would lose, but Daniel was the one that quit. Moses Atama is in the same position that Daniel Dubois was when he fought Joe Joyce. I don't think he wants a repeat of that because we've never seen Moses fight a knockout artist. We've never seen Moses get in there with somebody who could actually hurt him with one punch. We've seen him fight dudes he could roll over. We've seen him fight Jermaine Franklin, which is his best competition, but Franklin ain't got no punch. So his chin is untested. Moses Atama will get hit by Daniel Dubois. I don't know if Daniel Dubois could beat him, but what I do know is if Moses Atama ain't got a chin and Daniel Dubois connects, the fight's over. And that little prospect of Frank that he wants to build up is gone. So I don't think he's going to fall into the same trap he did before.
Mm. Okay, so you don't think that he's gonna give him to Itamu? Yeah, Itamu, I think he's still being built. You know what I'm saying? But I like what they're doing with him. I'm not gonna lie, I like what Queensberry is doing with him. They're slowly testing him. I guess he should start to pick it up. I mean, but he said he wants the Usyks. He wants all these guys to test themselves. So you know, I don't know. We'll see. He got a fight coming up August 8th, if I'm not mistaken. I gotta remember who that's against, but I know I saw an announcement. What you say, Lee? I didn't see what you said, babe. But anyway, yeah. So, that was a fight. Who did you have winning, or you didn't have anybody?
You talking about the David Wardley fight prior to?
Yeah.
I had Daniel probably pulling it off.
Okay. I believe they had some other fights on there. I'm not gonna lie to y'all, I didn't watch those. I was out and about, and I got back, and I was like, let me see what's going on with this main event, child, because that's really where it was at for me. But my goodness, and another shocker, lordy. Oh my goodness, I could not believe, Tony. I couldn't believe this. Oh my God,
He's
sleep
trash.
on his feet.
He's
Oh,
trash.
goodness. You think
He's trash.
My goodness. Well,
Look,
Zak Chelli,
I've been comparing him with Matias forever. They're both hype jobs that were never good. I have said this from day one. The first time I watched Morrell fight, I was like, this dude's garbage. And I got receipts on my channel, like videos when I was actually making videos. I said the dude's trash. Like, look, I understand you might like him, but here's the deal. Hot Rod showed you everything you need to know about Morrell. This dude has no IQ. He has no thought process. He can only fight one way, and if that one way don't go good, he's just going to rinse and repeat. And that's what it's always been. Just like I knew Benavidez was going to walk through him, it was only a matter of time before he lost again. It ain't no overlooking. He's just not good.
Well, Zak Chelli, I guess he's from, where's he from? Liverpool or something like that. He's 17-3-1, 9 knockouts. Before boxing became, I guess, his full-time life. I think he was like a teacher or something, wasn't he? Like a supply teacher. Standing in the classroom, child. I don't know what is going on. But this weekend, he stepped in that ring against, David Morrell and showed that he's more than that. And like I said, there y'all go overlooking y'all opponents yet again. You know what I'm saying? I guess, what was it, 7-8 rounds? It looked like Morrell was doing, what Morrell does, like you said, southpaw angles. He had the jab. He was trying to control the distance, keeping Chelli from, any real offense. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I think all three judges had him up going into the 9th round. He was pretty much winning the fight. And then lordy. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. I think Chelli started to land pretty much flush on him, backed him into the ropes. He survived, I think, until the bell rang by the skin of his damn teeth at the end of the 9th round. And then from there, listen, I don't know. He stepped in, the ref stepped in round 10 and called it because Morrell was pretty much asleep on his feet. So I believe that was a good stoppage, in my opinion. So I don't know. The moment that defined the fight for me wasn't the finish. It was like, I guess it was the walkout for like round 10. He didn't look that good. Did you see that? Like, I don't know. He looked a little, I think Chelli might have knew like I got him. Because he didn't look, I don't know, man. I don't know. Either something was broken, or Morrell was hurt. I don't know. But maybe he's a front runner too, like you said. If things ain't going their way from the beginning, it's like, You know what I mean?
I'm gonna tell you the next one that's gonna lose. Benavidez is about to get his ass. Well, let me not say that because
watch yourself.
It look like he running. He running from the real guy of the division. He don't want Opetaia. He ain't trying to get that fight. We're
gonna talk about that because I got a clip I'm gonna talk about with that too. We're gonna get to that there.
But not just that though. Benavidez talks all that Canelo ducking talk. Where was he at before he went up? Beterbiev challenged him, wanted to fight, and he ran from Beterbiev to go fight Zerto.
No, the hell he didn't.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Go look it up. Go look it up. Go look it up. Go look it up.
He ran from who?
What do you mean who? Beterbiev. He ran from him.
No.
Yes, he ran for Beterbiev challenged this dude. Beterbiev said, I don't have a fight because Bivol won't give me a rematch. And I don't think Bivol beat Beterbiev in either fight, to be honest with you, but it is what it is. Here's the fact. Beterbiev laid out the challenge, and this dude went up to cruiserweight to fight the worst guy I've ever seen in boxing. Well, I say that a lot. But every time I get surprised about it, Zurdo is trash. Zurdo's always been trash. Zurdo ain't never been good. I picked Bivol to do what Bivol did to Zurdo, and I picked Zurdo to lose to Benavidez because the dude is god-awful slow, and he's no good. Zurdo went to cruiserweight where there was nobody to fight, picked up a BS belt off a guy who shouldn't even have had a belt around his waist. Now, here's the deal. Jai Opetaia wants to fight him, and I'm going to be honest with you, Jab, your boy Benavidez, he don't really want to fight Bivol because he ain't trying to fight Bivol. He said, Bivol, no, listen to me. He said, Bivol, I'll meet you at a catch weight of 190. Well, first off, that's not a catch weight. 190 is cruiserweight. It really truthfully begins at 190 to 200. That's cruiserweight. And he wants to fight Bivol at 190.
Tony, I have to tell you something. Why I remember specifically that Bivol dropped that belt so he wouldn't have to fight David Benavidez.
Bivol didn't drop no belt to not fight David Benavidez. Bivol went through some surgeries because he was supposed to have a trilogy. Hold on. Wait, Jab. Wait, hold on, pause. Bivol was supposed to have a trilogy with Beterbiev way before David Benavidez even became a thought.
I remember.
So what happened was Bivol got injured. The trilogy did not happen. The belt got dropped. Beterbiev then, in turn, knowing that he wouldn't get a fight, challenged David Benavidez to fight him at 175. And Benavidez skeeted from the division all the way up to cruiserweight to fight Zurdo.
No, that's not how it happened, Tony.
Go look it up. Go look it up.
I am, because I covered it in my DuckTales. That's not exactly how it happened. What happened was, I'm about to pull it up right now for you because this is ridiculous. Y'all not about to slander David Benavidez. We're not going to do that.
He ran from Beterbiev.
Yep. So he don't have to fight Benavidez. I just covered this. But anyway, while I'm looking this up. So it looks like he vacated his WBC light heavyweight title in April rather than face his mandatory challenger, David Benavidez, choosing instead to prioritize a lucrative trilogy with Arthur Beterbiev. As a result, the WBC elevated David Benavidez. I knew what the hell I was talking about. See, you over here with the David slander. We're not going to do that, but we're going to get back to that in a minute.
Okay, so first and foremost, just like when Usyk got stripped of his title for the rematch against Tyson Fury. See, the thing about it is context is everything. Yes, Benavidez was his mandatory, but here's the problem. Benavidez wasn't his mandatory when Bivol and Beterbiev fought the first time. He wasn't his mandatory when they fought the second time. He became the mandatory after they fought in the rematch. Here's the other problem. Before he became the mandatory after the rematch, they had already said they was going to fight a trilogy. So Benavidez wasn't even in the picture.
But they never fought.
Because Bivol got injured.
Oh, child.
Bivol and Beterbiev was already talking about a trilogy way before a mandatory was even mentioned, way before he had to drop the title. But Bivol got injured, thus time went by, he got stripped, and then once he got stripped, Benavidez got elevated. Beterbiev came out the woodworks like, hey man, fight me. Since Bivol's not gonna fight me, you need to fight, let's fight right now. And Benavidez said, nah, I don't think so, and ran up the cruiserweight.
Oh, stop that. Stop it.
That's what happened.
That's not what happened. But listen, so what's next? What's next for Morrell? He's 27. I think he's talented. Maybe he is straight up and down on special effects, but he's
gonna go back to 168.
You think so?
I mean, that's the only chance he's got. He better just go be a weight bully and hope that it helps him.
I don't know. Someone in the corners need to have an honest, conversation with some of these guys. I mean, the corner work too got to be in order. I didn't really hear a lot of great corner instructions from, I don't know. That's a whole nother conversation, but 2 fights, 2 results, 1 champion gets to rewrite his entire narrative, I guess. He hit the canvas twice. He popped back up and now he's the WBO heavyweight champion. So, shout out to him. We'll see what's next for him as well. But now let's get into some real shit, right? Because I know we've been talking about this foolishness foolishness surrounding David Dubois. What's the child name? Devin. But I'm gonna play y'all something first, and then I'm gonna play y'all Boots' response.
We had a hit list of guys that we wanted to fight. So the main fight was the Ryan fight. That was a fight that we had already signed for, that we wanted. And once the Ryan fight, Ryan was injured, and it just didn't make sense to do it. Then the next guy was Teofimo. So we signed for that fight. We did our part. We thought the fight was gonna happen, and then whatever that didn't happen. So then the next guy was Boots. They came with Boots. We said, let's do it. They said, but we said at 147. They wanted to do that at catchweight at 152, but there was no point of us doing that at 152. We never even fought at 147. So then the next best guy was Brian Norman, and that's who we went for.
Also, Devin, was there any truth to you potentially offering Shakur a fight very soon here outside of the Brian Norman deal? I heard a rumor about that. Is that true?
Yeah, no, I mean, we had a hit list of guys who we wanted to fight. So whichever guy stepped up, I think Shakur already had a fight scheduled when we was trying to find out an opponent. So not necessarily Shakur, but it was a hit list of guys who we want to fight all those guys. Whichever one was going to step up, that's what we was willing to fight.
Okay, so we seen the scope where y'all got into and Tank had to hem Brian up a little bit.
Yeah.
What happened there? What was the conversation between you and Brian and escalate the situation?
Yeah, I don't really remember the conversation.
Don't nobody give a damn. Nobody care about that conversation. So listen. Devin Haney has built his entire public identity on one claim, right? That he don't duck no smoke. He calls out the best. He says, yes, while everyone else is making excuses. This is what they claim, right? He called out Tank. He called him an underachiever for not testing himself. He positioned himself publicly, repeatedly, as the fighter who runs towards the hard fights, not away. This is basically the cornerstone of his brand, which is why I'm assuming he's calling himself Debo now, right? This is his identity as he and his dad have built, right? So obviously with that circulating, Jerron Boots Ennis, he's doing his press run for his upcoming fight, and we're going to talk about that too with Xander, and this is what he had to say in regards to the Devin Haney situation.
Devin situation, he said I called and they had to fight for 52 or something like that. I called him to fight at 52 or something like that.
Did he say that on our show?
I heard him say something about I offered to fight at 50. That's not what happened.
They asked us. They said, are you guys open to doing a Boots fight? I said 100%. At 147, Boots' team came back with, they want to do it at 152. 152. I never even fought at 147 yet. I said, no, if you come down to 147, we can do the fight.
After I had decided to move up, after everything was going on, I decided to move up and, move to 54. We get a call back a couple days later. My team, they like, yo, would you fight Devin at 152? I said, yeah. I'm like, I ain't fighting 54 yet. I can make 52. I'm like, yeah, why not? I'm like, yeah, we never heard nothing back after that. And that's another thing. People be painting these false narratives and saying that I ducked this person. How I ducked him? I said, yeah. But y'all don't know that because y'all don't know what's going on behind closed doors.
So do you think that people, sometimes these fighters will say that just to create that narrative that he didn't want to fight me?
That, and I think people be using, I think people be using my name because they know they think I'm not going to say nothing. But now I feel like they're gonna watch themselves. So
now you're gonna start saying what you feel.
Right.
Anybody you want to air out?
I see them. I see them.
See, you still quiet.
Yeah, I'm quiet because I don't really be trying to talk to them. That's really ain't me, but they crazy.
Tony, so what you think about that? What do you think about that whole situation? Who do you think is telling the truth? Who do you think is, misrepresenting the truth? I don't want to call them liars. Who's misrepresenting the truth? And who do you think is being honest in the situation?
I'm going to say this. I had to go with Team Devin. I had to go with the Hanoses on this
I'm going to put you right up off my plate.
No, let me explain why. Let me explain why. Because I got to go with common denominators, okay? And like with Devin, I really haven't seen him lie about things. I haven't really seen him duck anybody. But what I can say is Boots was caught out by his own father with Terrence Crawford. And they said the offer was there, and Boots claimed that there was never an offer there. So again, if I've already seen you lie once, then I could believe you can lie again. And that's the only reason why I'm going with Haney over Boots, because I've already heard Bozy call his own son out on Gilly's podcast.
Wait, so you never heard Bill and Devin lie?
Not about ducking people.
Oh my God.
I don't know if this 100 million real, but again, as far as like not taking fights, like you got to look at it like this. the way that Devin, look at the people that Boots fought and look at the people that Devin's fought. Devin has fought way better competition, way higher opposition. If I'm gonna look at who's fought who and how they move, I still have to go towards Haney. Whether you like Haney or not, he only fights the best fighters.
Nah, I'm not buying that.
I don't see how you don't buy it. Like at 147, he went straight for your boy. And I knew he was going to beat him like he did, but
he went for him because he needs a belt, right? And we're going to get a little deeper into that in just a few minutes.
Was the number one guy.
I'm gonna give my assessment on that situation, right? And I'm gonna call it down the middle so I can trying to be fair, even though Devin and Bill, they get on my damn nerve, right? Haney's story has a surface logic. It does. But Boots' version to me is just a little more detailed. He gives you a timeline. He had already announced the move to 154, right? He gives you the mechanism. Haney's team called them as a response to that move. He gives you his exact reaction. He said yes without hesitation. He gave you the outcome. It was silence. My thing is this, right? You saying, oh, I haven't even fought at 147 yet. But you fought at 144, and then it was after Boots moved to 154. You started saying you'll fight Boots at 147 when you knew he couldn't even make 147 anymore.
Well, he definitely could have made 147 because he had never fought it.
Did you see him in his last fight? He looked like a damn skeleton at 147.
Okay, no. Devin looked like a skeleton too, but he went back to fight Lomachenko.
I was talking. That's
I'm saying if we're gonna talk skeleton talk, then we got to talk Skeletor talk. And Devin looked like a refugee. And then he went back to fight Loma for one more fight. So again, I'm not taking it as an excuse. The fact of the matter is this: when Devin wanted to fight him at 147, Boots had never fought at 154. He was still talking about going to 154. So yes, he could have made 147.
No, he couldn't. He had already announced he was going to 154. He looked crazy.
An announcement ain't doing it. I could announce that I'm going to be a millionaire tomorrow, but that don't mean I'm going to be a millionaire until I got the $1 million in my hand.
Listen,
so my thing is this. All I can say is I hope and pray for all the Boots fans out there that Xander doesn't go out there and blast this dude out the water. Because if he does, then there's going to be a reason why Boots ain't really never fought nobody.
Listen, we're not going to sit here, Tony, and act like he hasn't been trying to make fights. We're not going to sit here and act like niggas have not been ducking Jerron Boots Ennis. We're just not going to do that. His last fight before he fought Lima, let's not act like he didn't have like 5 niggas that he ran through that said no, that came back with astronomical purse amounts that had never even made that amount in their whole career that they wanted just to fight him. We're just not going to do that.
Well, Fundora would have fought him. And what's his name? Josh Kelly wanted to fight him, but he went for Xander, who's
no. Josh Kelly backed out after they had an agreement. Once Josh Kelly won that belt, they backed out. They said, "Listen, I know what we said, but we have a right to do whatever it is we want to do."
Well, I'm gonna Google this. We got to fact check this.
Yeah, go ahead and do that. You go ahead and do that. Moving on. Listen, Devin Haney has built his entire brand on being the man who says yes, quote unquote. Boots Ennis, the fighter, his camp, he's had the boxing world obviously believe was obstacles, and we saw them. I've done videos about his obstacles. He said yes, and he never heard anything back. This is not new for the Haneys. Look at what just happened with the Rolly situation. Look at what happened with the Ryan situation. I'm less inclined to believe anything Bill and Devin have to say. I'm sorry. We're gonna move forward to the year a star wasn't born, and I'm talking about Devin Haney, because it is 2026 and the boy is yet to have a fight on the damn books. And we're going to talk about his little tiny Zuffa sign and his fake $100 million that we know is straight cap because TKO didn't even break even last year. So we're gonna move right on to that while Tony over there. I guess.
Well, I already looked it up, and no, they never backed out of the fight. What it said was,
I'm gonna go ahead and pull it up.
Go pull it up, because I just pulled it up, and there's a whole interview with Adam Booth, his trainer.
Yes, him and his.
Here's what they said: Eddie Hearn came with them with a low ball offer. They declined the low ball offer, and then Eddie went on to somebody else. That's literally what they said.
What's a low ball offer? See, because this is what I heard, right? Because I heard the same thing. I heard Rashidi Ellis also say a low ball offer, right? When he was offered $750, mind you, he never even made more than 10 grand in a fight. But $750 is a low ball? No, it's not. People have to stop calling low ball offers because it's a dangerous goddamn fight. We're not going to continue to do that. What's going on, Dr. Eugene?
Homeboy was just talking crazy, so I just wanted to come up here and clear some stuff up.
Okay, first of all, how you doing tonight? I know it's late. I got y'all out here late. I'm not gonna keep y'all all night. I got like 2 more segments and we up out of here. But how you doing tonight?
Said 2 more seconds. God damn.
No, I said 2 more segments. Segments.
Oh, second. Yo, I thought you said seconds. I'm like, God damn, what the fuck? But no, I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, you say you had something to say in response to my good friend Tony here. Go ahead. What you got to say?
Yeah. Oh, that's your good friend? Y'all better.
Tony is my buddy. You gotta look.
Let's go ahead and hear this capping because I will drop receipts on you.
Don't hang around no cappers and shit. Yo.
I don't hang around no cappers. Tony is Tony. But what do you have to say?
You notice he keeps stalling about his capping because he's scared to take the cap off because he know I'm gonna drop receipt after receipt on his opinion. So let's go.
You said opinion. I'm co-signing.
I want to hear this. Go ahead. Say what you got to say. Stop stuttering.
I just said it. I said I'm co-signing everything Boots already said.
Yeah.
Nothing he said is a lie.
Okay.
Who you gonna believe? You gonna believe him or you gonna believe somebody else? The only other person to believe in all of these scenarios is the other person, and most of the other people co-signed what he already said. The only people who didn't is the few people who were actually supposed to be his opponents, like via Haney.
So you came on here to disprove me by saying I have no proof, but I believe somebody's word.
No, I'm telling you, you should believe that man's word. But if
you're telling me,
won't you believe the other people who already have co-signed his word?
What you're telling me is I should believe his word like it's absolute truth, the gospel, without proof. You have faith in Boots. That's what you're telling me. No. You just said that. You just said I should believe his word, but you have no proof. So no. Let me tell you what the definition of capping is.
He is the one.
Hey, I got you. He's the one. Cool. Now you're a disciple of him because you're calling him the one.
Him or who else?
Look, here's what I hear. No, I'm just telling you what I'm hearing.
Believe? Are you going to believe him, the first person, the one who actually is in the room, or somebody else that's not in the room?
So here's what I'm hearing. These are the words that you've chosen. You said, the one believe. You are a disciple of the Church of Boots. And you said, I'm the one capping.
No, I don't do nothing with no church. But anyway, like I was saying, back to reality, because I don't know where you're going, but back to reality. If the man said it and he is the one that's involved, you won't believe somebody else is not involved in this situation? That don't even make sense.
So what you're telling me is
in the example I gave you,
Haney wasn't involved. So what you're telling me is Haney was not involved.
Okay, so hold on, guys. Let's get some clarification here, right?
See what I'm saying about Kevin?
So Tony, I get it, right? You saying that Josh Kelly said that that Eddie Hearn lowballed him, right? They pretty much all use that same excuse. The only one that had like a different excuse but still a bullshit ass excuse was Virgil Ortiz, right? We've seen Devin Haney get exposed for his lies in the last month. I can count like 5 times. You know, Bill and Devin Haney are definitely not people to be trusted when it comes to citing fights. You've seen that list that they put out with like 8 different weight classes on them. No one can take that list seriously. We seen just last week or 2 weeks ago, he came out, said he was fighting Shakur, and then Shakur came out and said it was cap. We seen a couple of weeks ago, Rolly just aired his ass out for lying. So I'm less inclined to believe Devin Haney because they don't have a reliable source, being Bill Haney. We know that they lie for a living.
Okay, so first and foremost, here's what I'm going to say. As far as Adam Booth goes, there is an interview. Adam Booth is in the room. If you want to believe people in the room, then believe people in the room. Don't change your stance because you like somebody and don't like somebody else. If they're in the room, they're in the room because that's your standard. Adam Booth said, we rejected a ridiculously lowball offer, but we never rejected a fight. We said, we will fight Boots, but you have to up the offer. No offer was upped. Eddie Hearn chose to go elsewhere. That's exactly what.
No, hold on, Jack. Okay.
Ty, hold on.
Go ahead.
Actually, no. Sending somebody a ridiculous offer that they would not accept is also a form of ducking, just to make it seem like you want to fight somebody.
But Tony, this is my question: is it ridiculous? Is it ridiculous if it's the most money you've made in your career?
No, it's not ridiculous if it's the most money you made in your career. But here's the problem: you're assuming whatever Eddie told Josh he would make would be the highest of his career. We don't know that.
If it's more than what he's made in previous fights, then we do know that.
Well, we don't know if it would have been more because hold on, we don't know if what they offered Josh Chelli would have been the most he made in his career because Eddie never released what he offered him.
I see what you're saying.
So what I'm saying is I agree with you. If Eddie, let's say Josh Chelli fighting Backroom made 1.5 million, that's the most he ever made, and Eddie was like, you know what, I'll pay you $2 million to fight Boots, and then Adam Booth was like, that's a low ball offer, you need to give me more, then I'm 100% on your side. It's not a low ball offer because he offered you $500K more than what you've ever made. You can't low ball somebody if you're offering them more money than they've ever seen. That's not a low ball. However, if you went in there and was like, we're only going to give you $500,000 for the Boots fight, and the man just made like 1.5 mil, then that's a low ball offer. That's not even realistic. So unless we know what the offer was, then we can't say he ducked them. All we know is whatever was offered, they said was ridiculous. We'll fight him if you up it, and Eddie chose not to up it. That's all we know. We don't know any amounts. So I'm not saying Boots didn't duck Josh Chelli because Boots doesn't deal with the money. He's just a fighter. That was Eddie. You know what I mean? I'm not saying Boots ducked him, but what I'm saying is the claim that Josh Chelli ducked him without knowing the actual numbers, I can't rock with that.
Yeah, but you can't also, but Tony, then you also can't go with Josh Chelli says either because, like you said, we don't know the numbers.
Right. We don't know, and I'm not going solely off. All I'm saying is I cannot agree to that the dude ducked him when we don't know. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying whether he did or did not.
Numbers. Okay, so you're saying we don't know the numbers, so we don't know the entire situation. And I can completely understand that. But all I'm saying is going off the past of the people who have been offered fights that declined the fights, and they have been offered more than they've made in their career, it is a safe assumption that the same opportunity was provided to Josh Chelli.
Like, I'll give you an example. Your boy, Brian Norman Jr., definitely ducked Boots Ennis because he was offered like 20 times the amount that he's ever made. And he turned down the fight.
I don't know if it was 20 times. I don't know about all that.
The highest that dude ever made was like 200,000. They offered damn near 3 million.
Yeah,
that is true.
So to me, we know the numbers there. We know the numbers. I mean, Eddie came back with like 2 or 3 counter offers, but because he didn't give them that concrete 3 million that they wanted, they turned down the fight. To me, that's a duck. You were asking, so it can go both ways. If I ask you for an amount of money that I'm not worth, I'm just throwing your name out there, but I really don't want to fight you. I'm just using your name, but I'm sending an unreasonable offer. Just like if I send you an unreasonable low offer, it's the same thing. It's no different. It's got to be reasonable.
That's not what happened exactly. He didn't say 3 million at first. When they first went back and offered him a different number, that's because the number he asked for, they gave it to him. And then he changed it. It wasn't that he said 3 million off the break. Because whatever the original number was, he asked for double. They literally doubled it. And then he said, no,
he never, no. Brian Norman Sr. said from the jump he wanted $3 million. Eddie Hearn said, I'll give you 1.5. Then they said, no, we're not taking 1.5. We want 3 million. Then Eddie said, I'll give you like 1.7. Then they came back and said, no, we're not going to take 1.7. We want 3 million. Then Eddie came with like, I think it was like 2.1 or 2.2 on the last counter offer. And they said, no, we're not taking that. We want 3 million. And then Eddie walked away.
It didn't
well,
start
so
at
here's my
1.5.
issue. Here's my issue with the whole situation. If Eddie Hearns, right, y'all claim that Boots is not fighting nobody, y'all say he don't got no names on his resume, then why are all these niggas not lining up to fight him? My issue is this. Y'all say that these are lowball offers, but if he's offering you what he considers fair market value for who you are and the representation of your camp, then what is really the problem?
You know what, Jab? How you doing, love?
Hey, baby.
And what's the other option? The other option is Jensen Saki.
Hold on, Dr. EJ. Let her go. She was talking.
No, I was going to say I just noticed a trend in pattern recognition is that like what you just said, Jab, about if he thinks he's offering them fair market value, right? The pattern I'm seeing when it comes to Boots and getting like competition or people in the ring is that you would assume that they're using fair market value to offer you a fight. And so, or are they saying, hey, because they're having all these other fights, right? Like Josh Kelly has had other fights. There were other people you never heard about him complaining about, money. Same thing with Brian Norman, having heard him complain, even though we know he took a lesser money to fight on Michaela Myers' card. Ortiz, we never heard him complain about money until with Boots. So my thing is, are they suggesting that they were perfectly fine with all the fair market value beforehand, but the second is Boots, suddenly all the promoters just start lowballing them? Because like at some point we have to look at something, like there has to be a common denominator here. Are you saying that Eddie Hearn has offered you market value every fight, but then suddenly when it comes to Boots, he drops it by 25, 30%? Or is either that, or you suddenly want way more because you want like some type of I might get my ass beat tax? And that's what it's sounding like.
Well,
you need all this extra incentive to fight someone that people say ain't fault nobody. My thing is, right, okay, Boots ain't fault nobody, bam. Then you should be the one to show us what it is what it is. Like we gotta pick a struggle here. And either he's automatically just lowballing you. He offered you had no problem with money. The people who are complaining are people we never heard complain about money. But now there's Boots. Suddenly you need your highest payday. The fact that Brian Norman had to be offered almost, 10 times his original purse is insane. He shouldn't have to even be offered that much, right? Because you took less. So it's like what these fighters are showing me, and I was very disappointed with Virgil, is that you suddenly, and even his own promoter is saying, hey, you never made anywhere near this before. That's right there is telling me something. I don't think that these promoters suddenly just start saying, forget market value. I want you at 50% off. Or you're wanting more, and then we're blaming Boots for not getting people in the ring because they're asking for astronomical amounts to get in the ring with him. And another thing about pattern recognition that I noticed, and it's got to go to the Devin Haney point, at the end of the day, Boots, I've never seen Boots lie. And even when Boots' father had the little comment, nothing he said directly contradicted Boots. And at the end of the day, I feel like that topic can be closed and shut because the CEO at the time of BOK Prime basically said, hey, yeah, we talked to them, but we had this other fight already lined up, which we know they did. And I don't think it was a real offer because when they finally got his lawyer, his people involved, who he had an agreement with, which was Espinoza. When Espinoza called, suddenly everything breaks down. Suddenly they can't, verify this and that. Why is it when a lawyer gets involved, suddenly everything falls apart? And then the CEO admits, yeah, well, we kind of had the Avenesian fight kind of over. Yeah, we know. As a matter of fact, I know y'all did because y'all had to pay and fight to get him out of a fight because he had already, remember, Avenesian was signed to fight someone else. And BOK Prime had to pay extra to get him out the fight. So when they were talking about Boots, they knew they were already paying, they were already investing in fighting Avenesian already. That was at the same time. So, but the recognition I have seen is that Devin has got caught in lies many, many times. Didn't he say he made 30 million or 25 million with Ryan? We found out he didn't. Didn't he say, oh, Shakur would have made his biggest payday, he'd have made the most he would have made all combined. And then we found out that they didn't even have, they hadn't even shopped the fight. So it was 25% of nothing because they didn't even know what the money would come from. They had no financial source. They had no backing for the fight. So they've been caught in lies multiple times. I've never seen Boots barely talk. He never got caught in a lie. That whole thing is dead. At the end of the day, this is just stupid. Plus, we never had to know about it. If Devin had just not said anything, if they weren't so thirsty to make him look like a duck, we never had to know about it. Because I'm sure people get in negotiations and talks all the time. The fact that you came running to try to make him look that way when you both have been signed to the same network, same promoter for years, you didn't have to do a pit stop at 144. You could have went straight at it. The second Boots started talking about he wants to go up, suddenly everybody wants to go to 147. The timing is not coincidence. He did not want to fight that man. He wanted to make it look like he would fight that man and make him like a duck. This is something he's been doing for years. I remember it all started with Gary Russell. He's the same thing, knowing he was already signed to fight Gamboa. He's been doing it for years and it's old. And the fact that people are still falling for it is really making me question people's IQ, but that's all I got.
Yeah, Drew,
Hey,
go ahead.
No, I can have, all right, let me hop in like double dutch. So you said pattern recognition. So Keith Thurman put on his I forgot, I think about Instagram or whatever it is. He posted he needed 10 mil to fight Boots. That's what he said. Then Charlo said he needed 10 million more than what he got to fight Ducknello. So if you need 10 million more to fight Boots over fucking Duck Nello, who was supposed to be the face of boxing. But that's what he wrote online. I didn't make that up. He wrote it. Like, that's posted. Now, if that's pattern recognition and then everybody keep doing the same thing, just like Virgil Ortiz, you see what happened to his ass. They said fucking Boots ducked his ass, even though if they put out the time and that, I'm not the time, but actual dates of when he's would have got offered the fight, when he turned the fight down, and you could see it was a small window between his actual fight coming up and then when they supposed to send him the offer. So obviously that's impossible for him to just accept the shit in 2 weeks notice. And on top of that, did he really want to fight Boots? Because if he really wanted to fight Boots, why did he post, oh, you see my hand, I can't turn down no fight, my hand injury. And then once he hopped in the ring and said, yo, in your hometown, in front of your daddy, somebody called me out in front of my daddy, yo, they gotta die. He called you out in front of your daddy, and you still trying to turn the fight down, yo. Like, come on, yo. And that's Boots' fault? Like, come on, yo. He left his own promoter. He sued his own promoter just to get out that ass whooping.
Witness protection.
Okay. So here's what I'm going to say. Nobody's blaming Boots. First off, I'm going to say what I said at the beginning. I know you don't listen because you're a disciple. Boots does not handle the money of the negotiations. So just because it didn't go through doesn't mean he's ducking. So if Eddie offers somebody an actual lowball offer, that's not Boots sending the offer. So that's not him ducking. That's just Eddie not giving market value, as what was said earlier. Now, here's the thing I would say. When you look at the landscape of boxing, I have to go with the people who actually fight the other named fighters. Boots Ennis looks good, looks like he should be a great champion, but we don't know because he's never really fought that premier name, that other guy on his level. That's not his fault, though. Now, hold on. Let me finish. Just like a lot of y'all were big on Morrell. Morrell showed y'all exactly what he was. Not good. Hype job. Boots, I wouldn't say is a hype job, but he's still unproven. Like I said, we're going to see how good he is when he gets in there with Xander. If he goes in there, demolishes Xander, he's certified. If he goes there and barely beats Xander and struggles, he's certified. But he doesn't have the premier fights to actually say how good or bad he is. With that being said, I don't see why fighters are ducking him who have fought on paper harder fights, guys who are proven. So I hear what y'all are saying. The only one I will say that I know duck Boots was Brian. That's the only one. Outside of him, I don't think none of these, maybe Virgil, but Virgil don't fight nobody anyways. Virgil to me is just like Boots in the sense of they've got these big names, but they really ain't beat nobody. I think Boots is way better than Virgil, but Virgil don't deserve the name that he's got because Virgil ain't never done nothing. I don't know why people are big on Virgil.
I don't know. I get what you're saying, right? But here's my issue with the whole situation, right? If people are asking for more money than they've ever made in their entire career, obviously they see something, right? And you can say eye test, you can say whatever, and you're right. You're right. You know, for whatever people say, he hasn't fought a big name, right? And I don't even think, if I'm being honest, that people are going to give him his credit after the Xander fight because people think Xander is not really that good. You know what I'm saying? So who knows when this man? Yeah, who knows when this man is going to really get his credit, right? So all we have to go on is the people that they put in front of him and what he does to the people that put in front of him. He doesn't struggle through his fights. He's running through niggas. So even if they're not supposed to be on his level and everybody's like, oh, who's Lima being? Who's this? He showed you, oh, he's nothing. Because the rest of these niggas won't get in here and let me prove it. He was supposed to fight Bud Crawford. What did he do? He dropped the belt. Y'all can say Bud Crawford inherited that mandatory, whatever the hell y'all want to say. He still had him as a mandatory. He didn't fight him. You know what I'm saying? All these other people that are offered to fight with him, for a nigga who ain't fought nobody, for somebody who running around here unproven, as to show a whole bunch of caution tape around him. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I mean, that's highway robbery right there to say that Crawford ducked him and got stripped. No, Crawford was tied up in a contractual agreement. He could not
Crawford,
fight
he
Boots.
entangled his own goddamn self. They went over there and paid Abenesian to come about that
No,
contract.
no. He didn't lose no belt because of Abenesian. Whenever Terrence Crawford got stripped was whenever he beat Earl Spence Jr. After that, he was supposed to fight Boots, but he could not fight Boots because they were contractually locked to have a rematch. He could not legally fight Boots in it. Now, Earl Spence Jr.
after the fact, like
Earl Spence Jr. stretched the shit out. Earl Spence Jr. stretched the shit out, talking about, I'm going to fight you, and never fought him, knowing that he was never going to get back in the ring.
That's not what happened.
That is what happened.
He had surprise.
But at the same time, they were paying to get Abenesian out of a fight so they can fight Abenesian. They had already made the investment in Abenesian, despite the fact that they were contacting Boots. But
Terrence Crawford never got stripped for Abenesian to give Boots a belt.
Jab. Another thing I want to say is that I feel like people feel like, oh, he hasn't fought the premier name and the name. And I feel like boxing has continued to show us that it's not always just the names. It's all about the style matchups. And like, for example, everybody wants to talk about Boots and Spence, right? I mean, Bud and Spence. Spence was the name, but the fight was more one-sided. We've seen, Bud have bigger challenges, right? And of course, that can be neither here nor there, different reasons, whatever reason people got for that. But it was. And I feel like, oh, they didn't fight a premier name. I mean, okay, at this age, Bud had neither. At that same age, Bud had not either.
What?
Spence hadn't either. If we want to line it up, you know what I'm saying? So that's the thing. It's about. I actually think Stanionis was a good name. I think that was a good fight for him. I think that was a good style matchup. And I think that's what it's about for me. More style matchups. I think people just want to see big names fight all the time, and then when you get these big fights these two names because they were promoted and you assume they're the best, they don't always have the best output. Which is like another example, Manny and Floyd. Everybody was disappointed. Well, we knew that was going to look like that. But it was a big name. Have we seen
Shakur and Tio?
Yes, we have.
Shakur and Tio.
Right. Just because they have a name it doesn't mean that means you're proven.
And to your point,
Bud had beat several people.
Hold on, but he didn't beat them first.
Yes, he did. What are you talking?
Right.
Spence fans have amnesia.
I'm not a Spence fan. So.
No. What I'm saying is what Jupe is saying is Spence fan talking points. Oh, he never fought nobody. He never beat nobody. He beat people.
I never said that.
No. You said at this point in their career, where he's at in his career, but that's bullshit.
One at a time, y'all.
Look, there he go. There she goes. She always talking when I'm talking.
No,
I can be quiet while she's talking, but she has no impulse control when I'm talking. No, you see that?
You lied on me.
She's still going tight.
That's not what I said.
She's still talking. You said at this point in their career. At this point in their career, I'm not going to mute myself when I was talking first.
We're going to take a beat.
I'm not going to stop.
We're going to take a beat.
Look, there she goes.
Listen, I will remove both of y'all. We're going to take a beat. No one can understand when everybody is talking at the same time. Let Jupe finish, Tony, and then you can rebuttal. Please.
Right, like the emotion. I didn't even say
she was done, Ty.
Oh my God.
I never said Buddy fight anybody. He got emotional, started cussing and started raising his voice. I never said
she was done talking. I started talking. She talked over me.
You are getting way too emotional. You have this issue every time.
You see that? Ty, play the playback.
I didn't say that. I didn't say Bud didn't fight anybody. I said at that age, he didn't have a premier name either. That doesn't mean he didn't fight anybody, because I clearly just said before that, I prefaced it by saying that being proven is not about fighting other big names. I literally said that. I don't believe you have to have a big name to be proven. So that's not me saying Bud didn't fight anybody. You got emotional. You connected in your brain, and that's what you thought I said. That's not what I said. I said he had not had a premier name at that same age, and he didn't. Does that mean Bud wasn't proven? No, because I prefaced it with saying that it's about the style matchups. And had you been listening instead of being ready to be offended and emotional, you would have connected those dots. I didn't say Bud ain't fought nobody. Bud's my pound for pound number one for years. So relax. God, dog, you men are so emotional.
Now you see she's done, Ty.
I never said Bud ain't fought nobody. I would never say that. He wouldn't have been my pound for pound number one if I felt that way. I said the premier name. My whole issue is the idea that you have to have a popular name. I'm literally saying I disagree with that entire premise. I didn't say Bud didn't fight anybody. But go ahead, let him just scream and holler. That's why I like ladies' night. These dudes, they too emotional, cussing for no reason. I know you love Bud. I like him
I don't
too.
be fucking cussing.
I mean, she's just gonna filibuster all night.
Right. Dr. Eugene, stop it. Okay,
Ty, we just gonna listen to her
You're
filibuster.
too emotional.
Yeah, no, we're
She's
not.
just gonna filibuster all night.
I never had an issue with the ladies.
No, she's not. Jupe, you
No,
finished, baby?
let him get it off. Let him get it off before he pee himself. Let him get it off.
Oh my goodness.
Because he's not listening anyway. He ready to argue.
Tony.
So Ty, when you go to your
Yes.
playback, you'll see she had quit talking. I started
Tony,
talking.
come on. We're not going to do all that.
No.
Just go ahead with your point.
So now you're not going to let me talk. That's crazy.
You know I'm going to let you
There
talk.
she
But
goes
I'm
talking
telling
about
you,
wham in the background.
Okay,
She
but
so emotional.
don't waste the time complaining about
I'm not
what you
wasting
said
the
before.
time.
Make
I'm
your
making a point. I'm making a
Go
point
ahead.
to the point.
Go ahead.
The point is
Okay.
this. As I was making my point, she's the one that interjected over me to try to filibuster what I was saying. Here's the point. At the same age, what you said, I'm going to repeat what I said, is bullshit. He had already beat Gamboa, who was one of the biggest names in boxing at the time that he fought him. He was undefeated. He was on teetering pound for pound on everybody's list. He was like ranked 11th or 12th by all freaking articles. Like he was right there on the verge of a top 10 pound for pound, one of the biggest names in boxing. He had already lost to Bud Crawford. Bud Crawford, at this point in stage where Boots is, has already been undisputed. I don't know what you're talking about him not beating premier names. He beat one of the biggest guys at the time in the UK, and Ricky Burns, by this time. They're not even comparable when it comes to premier names. Earl Spence fans like to say, oh, he didn't fight nobody. He didn't beat nobody. But that's always been a lie. It's always been a lie when it comes to Bud about who he beat. Even if you want to go to Ndongo, who people like to clown him about, oh, he beat it. Ndongo was a very good fighter. Ndongo was undefeated. Ndongo was coming off the biggest win of his career at the division, beating the number one guy of the division outside of Terrence Crawford. So again, yes, Bud had beat a lot of premier names of the divisions he was in. Just because you didn't know their names didn't mean that people didn't know their names and they weren't good fighters. So again, at the end of the day, Bud did way more than what Boots has done at this point in time in his career. And if you want to go to Devin Haney's done way more than Boots done at this point in time in his career. In fact, he's younger than him. But again, at the end of the day, I'm not saying Boots is a bad fighter, but you can't overlook the fact that Boots ain't beat nobody yet. That is just an empirical fact. You can come with excuses and say this guy, that guy, every guy ducked them. I hear the same thing about Luis Ortiz. Ortiz is 85 years old. Everybody ducked him at heavyweight. Nobody ducked Luis Ortiz at heavyweight. So again, it sounds nice, but this is going to be Boots Ennis's come out party. We're going to see how good or how bad he really is. I think he beats Xander. But if he gets in there and gets pieced the fuck up by Xander Zayas, then we know he's always been a hype job.
So Tony, you're kind of double talking, right? Because you're talking about names, but then you said that names don't matter. So it's like well, okay, so to me, you can have names on your resume, but it'd be the other names, the names that you're overlooking, that could be the ones that give you problems, right? Like look at Resendez gave Caleb Plant problems and whooped his ass. You know what I'm saying? And look, who is this nigga? Zak Chelli. Who is he that just beat David Morrell? So it's not always about a name; it's about the competition, in my opinion. Right? Because like you said, some of these names are straight hype jobs. So we can't really go by that. What I'm assessing is the situation of who's telling the truth. And we done got so far off my damn point, it's ridiculous. Who's telling the truth? I'm more inclined to believe the person who has been quote unquote ducked, whether you believe it or not. There's been several offers put out, several offers rejected when it comes to Jerron Boots Ennis. He has the backing. It's not like a Devin Haney where he's independent and it's like who's going to put the fight on. No, he has the backing. He has the zone. He has Matchroom. He has Eddie Hearn. So when they're making these offers, if they're offering you fair market value and you're still declining them, in my opinion, that's a duck. So if he can't get you in the ring to fight these quote unquote names, what do you want the man to do?
Well, you want him to win, but we have a fight coming up.
Well, he can just fight Ricky Burns, Jab. That's a name.
Ricky Burns was a big name. See, you don't know boxing. You obviously don't know boxing because Ricky Burns was a 2-division champion whenever he fought.
It was a huge name. He was a huge name. He was so listen. That was a name. That was a premier name.
Jupe, I understand that you don't know boxing past a certain year.
Because I have two more. I have
Ricky Burns was a 2-division champion, huge in the UK. Huge in the UK.
He was huge. He was gigantic. He was huge. He was a household name. Don't you know that? He had endorsements.
No, I didn't know that.
Ricky Burns.
Anyway. We're gonna move on because I'm trying to get through the rest of these segments, honey, because we got some talking to do. So we are gonna move on to the signing of Devin Haney to Zuffa. Obviously, we saw Bill Haney. He put out the tweet of $100 million. We all know that is cap. Devin Haney says he's a star, not just a champion, a star, right? He is what, a 3-division world champion? He's a man who, unified all 4 belts at lightweight simultaneously. He says that legacy drives him more than money, right? He's positioned himself as one of, I guess, the defining fighters of this generation. So let's look at what he's got going on currently, right? There's no press release. There's been no reports of a fight coming up, just a Bill Haney announcement. And this goes back to what I was saying, Tony, the cap, right? Like, it's a lot of cap that I just cannot get with, right? The actual record of this year, what happened, what fell through. There's been like 2 fights that he claimed he was going to be in this year that never actually took place. The inactivity is a problem, and the numbers just don't lie. The last fight Devin Haney had was November, and he fought Brian Norman Jr. Yes, he did. He won. A unanimous decision. He had that knockdown in round 2 that everybody's just so jolly about. So now he's the WBO welterweight champion. Cool. But what else is going on? You had talks of fighting Crocker. That never panned out. You started talking about fighting Rolly. Rolly aired your ass out. You came on the internet. You said you was about to fight Shakur. Shakur came out and called it cap. So now what is next with Devin Haney? He's signed to Zuffa Boxing, right? What his father says is $100 million. I call cap because, first of all, they didn't even break even last year to afford to pay one boxer $100 million. Nevertheless, Devin's market value does not suggest that he should. Listen, I'm not going to say he shouldn't earn that amount of money because, listen, you get whatever you can negotiate. I'm all for that. But I'm just saying, as a company, TKO cannot afford to pay one boxer $100 million, especially when he got the UFC, especially when they have the WWE, and they are not paying those fighters their money, and they have a $375 million antitrust lawsuit against them currently. So we are going to call cap on the Devin Haney $100 million signing to Zuffa. What y'all got? Tony, you go ahead.
As far as the $100 million go, I don't know. It may be true. It may not be true. The thing about a $100 million contract, it sounds like a lot, but what does that entail? Is it a 10-fight deal, a 15-fight deal? Are you locked in for life? Because most of them UFC fighters are locked in for life. So is it $100 million during the duration of the rest of your career? If that be the case, then maybe it is $100 million, and there's going to be stipulations to that. I guarantee you there's all types of stipulations.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I guarantee you there's all types of stipulations. Like, if you continue to win, this is what you're going to get paid. But if you lose, I guarantee you it falls off very quickly. So
it does.
So even if he did sign 100, and I'm not saying that he did, but even if he did sign $100 million contract, that doesn't per se mean he gets $100 million, and it sure doesn't mean he's going to get $100 million in one fight.
Well, and I think that is the false narrative that the Haneys were trying to paint. But to your point, that is 100% correct, because in their contract, Zuffa, if you win, you make a certain amount. If you lose, you make a certain amount. And it definitely does reduce drastically. Obviously, he has to wear the uniform. Their brand is Zuffa, so you are not a star when you go over there, which is another reason I don't believe this $100 million, because their business, their brand is Zuffa. They don't build stars. They don't want stars, because you can't be bigger than the brand over there. That's their whole motto, right? So I'm not really sure. Like you said, he could be fighting from now to Timbuktu. But here's my thing, right? And here's the catch-22 that I don't know if they're thinking about. You're not fighting for legacy. So stop the cap, right? You're fighting strictly for money, because legacy comes with those belts. And once you sign a Zuffa, you will lose those belts. Ask Opetaia. Ask Richardson Hitchens. Once you sign over there, you relinquish those belts. And if you think you're about to come back over here, you're going to have to start from scratch already, and you're already not a draw. So in my opinion, this possibly was the best move for him, because he was not attached to any particular promotional company, where he had the backing that he needed to, I guess, suggest whatever amount he wanted to be paid. So that might have been the only option to get money. But what I want them to stop doing is talking to me with that legacy talk, because y'all are not about legacy. Y'all are about money, like some hoes. So I really don't want to hear anything about legacy talk anymore from the Haneys.
That's a good point. I think, well, I mean, I don't know. At the end of the day, if I recall, and I definitely had time to double check it. I thought that Zuffa's contract with Paramount was that their budget was $100 million per year. So that would mean that they're saying that 1 year's budget is going to one fighter. I don't care if it's whether it's one fight, 15 fights, indefinite. That means they would be saying, you know what? We forget paying anybody else, forget paying our bills, forget paying our CEOs, shareholders. We're going to take 1 year's worth of budget and invest it in this one fighter. The likelihood of that is very unlikely. I don't really care at this point. I actually hope they do. I hope they just take a whole year's worth of budget and just give it to Devin Haney and see, how that works out, and they can go on Zuffa and do what they want to do so we can stop hearing about it. But I just want to say, whoever signs to Zuffa, I don't want to hear anything else about, I don't want to, my issue, Zuffa, do what you do. I'm tired of hearing people sign to Zuffa and then start calling out people who are not a Zuffa, because Zuffa is not
a separate
promotional company. It's a league. It's its own league. Once you're there, you're within the league. And people complained about, these sides of the street. Well, they now forget the side of the street. There's now an ocean apart. It's way over there. So that's all I'm saying. It's unlikely, but I think at the end of the day, they thrive off rumors, right? Like I was telling Tucson earlier, when was it Sella or Riyadh season when they did the whole Fury versus Usyk? Remember, everybody like, they got $100 million apiece. They got $100 million apiece. They made all this money, and that was good. That rumor, that's good PR, because now other fighters hear that, they might say, I'm not as big as Fury or Usyk, but I can probably get more. And so they start, looking, to sign with them, and and they're going to be more, pliable. But then we found out years later that they, after there was an article where they broke down that fight, those expenses, everything. It was like $120 million total for everything, all the purses and the travel, right? So it was impossible for them to make that. And so I think when people put rumors out, it's good for them, it's good PR. Fighters start looking at them as an option. I think it's a useful tool for them. Do I think that that's actually what's happening? Very unlikely, especially because this is all about the investment fund, and the investment fund eventually has to make a return on investment. And that was the whole purpose of the transition from the ring cards to Zuffa. Zuffa is supposed to, be a little bit, slowly cut those purses down so you can start getting, a bigger return on investment. And if you look at what these CEOs make there, they're making some good money. So, seeing the CEOs making $64 million a year and all this other stuff, you think that they're just going to give out $100 million to one fighter? Okay, if you say so. But we'll see.
Go ahead, DJ. What's going on, baby?
Well, I went and got some popcorn. I'm enjoying let's call it the passion that's happening here on the panel. Look, I've taken bits and pieces of what everyone has said on these topics, and I agree with bits and pieces of it. I'm coming at it from I guess a little bit of a different perspective. So let's start with Devin and $100 million, right? It's boxing, so nothing surprises me. He could well have signed a deal for $100 million, but nobody's actually formally tied it to Zuffa. It would be my reasonable expectation that if Zuffa are going to bring Devin across to their platform, that for $100 million, it would be Zuffa's announcement, not Bill or Devin's, because Zuffa would reserve the right to actually announce that. Now, since the Ali Act hasn't gone through the Senate yet over there, as I understand it, they're still bound by the Ali Act by way of 5-year maximum contract terms. So until the Ali Reform Act actually changes, I wouldn't expect that Zuffa would be able to sign any boxer. Well, I guess willingly they could, both parties could, but they couldn't force a boxer to sign a lifetime contract. So if we just do some simple mathematics and we go, let's imagine 5-year deal with Devin Haney, $100 million, right? That'd be what? Devin only fights once a year, so that'd be $20 million purse for Devin only. And to get the return on $20 million for Devin, that'd mean that he'd actually have to be up against a name, right? I don't care what name it is, whether it's a Conor Benn, a Ryan Garcia, or a Shakur. But what that actually means is out of your bank account, you've forked out $20 million to Devin alone, but then you're expected to probably fork out another 10, 15, maybe even 20, right, for a Conor Benn or a Shakur. So now what you're doing is you're paying $40 million or $50 million per event that you're probably not going to get that return on. Certainly not by way of Paramount subscriptions or pay-per-views, right? Because they don't do pay-per-views on Netflix or Paramount. So some of the maths isn't quite adding up to me. Now, I'm not going to come on here and start trashing people or calling them liars, but the mathematics just don't work out to me. And part of the mathematics is that if I take you all to a 5-star restaurant, I'm expecting the receipt to be big, right? It's going to cost more. But if I take you to McDonald's, it's going to be less. So even if you've got a minimum number as call it a star in boxing, depending on who your opponent is, your net value isn't the same for every single opponent. And promoters aren't going to lose money on that. Like they're not going to pay you overs and go $1 million into debt to try and sell a fight that isn't going to sell. So I guess you got to understand who you're negotiating with and what your opponent is. And look, I'll just pause there for anyone to give some feedback on that. And I'm just looking at the maths, but the caveat is it's the boxing industry, so nothing should surprise me.
To your point, right? It would definitely have to be a worthwhile or a formidable opponent. But see, here's my thing, and this is where I go back to stop talking legacy talk to me, because y'all could have made them fights on this side. You versus Shakur. Shakur immediately said that's cap, but all of a sudden he may be going over to Zuffa too. That lets me know y'all are more about the money than the legacy. Because Shakur, you still up under or close to Eddie Hearn, you know what I'm saying? But Eddie Hearn is not going to pay y'all that amount of money. Clearly, that amount of money is not there to be made for that fight. Now, if y'all pay attention to something that Eddie Hearn said previously when he was talking about Devin Haney, he said, yeah, we've overpaid him before because we needed him. So that may be what Zuffa is doing. And I knew it when they saw that Conor Benn got 15, Devin eyes got big as goddamn light bulbs. And he was like, well, if they paying him 15, what am I worth? Around the same, if that, because at least he's a big star over there in his country. You know what I'm saying? He's a draw. There's a difference between being a champion and being a draw. And as much as respect as, a lot of people have for the trinket holders, the belt, that shows achievement. Yes, that shows accolades. But are you a draw? Will you give me an ROI? And the answer is no. To pay Devin Haney $100 million, you got to have a crazy return on your investment. And I'm sorry, I just don't see that happening.
No, and look, they might be prepared to lose a little bit of money to start with.
A little bit.
Yeah, look, okay. So I say that kindly, just to build their brand. Let's remember this is the first year that Zuffa's really started putting on fights. But don't you think that the timing is a little bit suspicious? That somebody's connected Devin Haney $100 million in Zuffa.
Hey, who's talking right now? What's your name?
That's DJ.
Hey, DJ, I just want to tell you, as far as the contracts go, here's the thing. So for bills to get passed, they have to go through the House of Representatives in America, all right? Once it does that, then it goes to the Senate. The problem with the Ali Act repeal is, or whatever they're labeling it as, it's already passed the House.
Revival,
there you go. It's already passed the House and been sent to the Senate. It passed, I believe, back in March. Most of the time when something passes the House, the Senate approves it. So I can guarantee you, if it is $100 million contract, if they're already banking on it's going to pass the Senate, and that contract is going to reflect that he's with them for the rest of his career. I can almost guarantee you that.
Oh, look, I can't argue because I don't live over there. The only thing that I would say is that until the law is actually officially stamped as changed, you would expect that any contract is still bound to the old Ali Act until it actually becomes lawfully formalized. Get what
Well,
I
and
mean?
I spoke about
Yeah,
this.
but
I
the
spoke
problem
about
that
this,
you're
DJ.
the problem is
Hold
DJ is
on, Tony. I spoke about this previously about the terms and conditions of those Zuffa contracts. They were amended before they even got passed, right? Because Zuffa basically wanted you to sign a blood oath. Okay, 6-year contracts. You're not allowed to sue them. All kind of things. You have to wear their memorabilia, their uniforms. You're not allowed to have any outside, you know, you're not allowed to have any outside endorsements or anything of that nature. So their contracts are very, very carefully worded, all in the benefit of Zuffa. So that's just one issue, right? And then on top of that, the amount of money that you make, like Tony said earlier, if you win, you might get a little bonus. If you lose, you might get some taken away. It's all about what Dana White decides to do. He's running the UBO league the same way he does the UFC.
Yeah, and look, I'm not trying to jam my opinion down anyone's throat.
No.
I'm just
I know.
saying,
We're having a conversation. We're having a conversation.
Yep. So at the start of what I was saying about the maths doesn't make sense is I made an assumption. I made it an assumption that any contract today and yesterday, until the law officially changes with the Ali Act, would have to be still bound by the 5-year.
But DJ, here's what you don't understand. This the land of the free. This America. There's all types of insider trading that happens with them down senators. I can guarantee you that they already know that the shit's gonna get before something gets signed. They already know. I can guarantee you.
And let's not forget that Dana White is best friends with Donald Trump. That bill is as good as passed. You can believe that.
Yeah, so I'm okay with that. I am. But
and then here's the other thing, DJ. Here's what you got to understand. What I'm talking about is this is what people don't understand. The UFC, which is the model of contract they're trying to do in boxing, they own fighters even after they retire. If they come back years later, they still have to fight for the UFC. And I'll give you an example that you can look up. I'll give you an example. George St. Pierre was like retired from the UFC for like 6 years, was coming back to fight Oscar De La Hoya in a boxing match. And Dana White said, no, the fuck you're not. You're going to come over here and fight for the UFC or you're not going to fight at all. So the fight never happened.
Yeah, look, I'll wear that because I just don't know better. And I'm not in a position to debate that. I've just got to take all of you guys for your truth. So that's fine. But even if I take and incorporate that as the Ali Act is a done deal, instead of a 5-year deal and you go to a 10-year deal, right? Once a year, Devin fighting puts him at 42 bare minimum before he's actually honored that 10-year contract. I don't see Devin Haney fighting at 42. So this is kind of just the maths that I'm doing in my head. Like I don't understand American politics, and this is probably not the channel for it. But when you see a number like that, I look at it and go, well, how do I make sense of it? And I'm just struggling to make sense of it. And then don't you think it's convenient that all of a sudden you've got the clickbaiters copying and pasting the $100 million with Zuffa over onto a short or something like that and replacing the Haney name with the Shakur name? Doesn't the timing look a little bit suspicious?
Of course it does. And I'm sure that they're all trying to just speak that into existence, but that's just not what it is. But speaking of Shakur, there was some very interesting things said on Spaces last night. I want to play this and I want to get y'all take on this. And then we'll circle back to everything that was discussed, and then I'm gonna let y'all go because it's getting late. But I thought this was extremely interesting. And shout out to my nigga Tone too.
That's the tape.
Somebody gotta have that tape. Fuck, I turned it on.
Turn
it on.
We can.
You on? It's on.
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah. Core.
Yeah. We're running that, man.
Right
here.
right
Is it
here.
true or is it not true? Your coach was fucking the PR girl on the USA team, and you were given gifted decisions. Is that not true?
Damn.
I don't know nothing about that, my guy. Wait, don't lie. Are you lying on Spaces in front of everybody? Hey, look. Just answer my question, though, bro. Wait, no, I answered my you answered my question first.
Okay, what's your question, bro? Go ahead.
Was one of your coaches not fucking the PR girl at the fucking USA team?
No.
Oh, why you lying?
Look.
That was a
Let
long
me finish,
story.
bro. Let me finish, bro.
All right, you got it.
No, right when me and you fought, no.
Oh, okay. So he did glaze the yams at some point.
I don't know nothing about that. But when me and you fought, no.
Look it, I respect. Look it, bro. But at the end of the day, I felt
so
I
that's
won the
cap,
first
bro.
round.
That's cap.
I won.
That's cap.
I felt I won the first round easily.
You're lying.
And that was back in the day when they
Hey,
remember
Ryan,
when they
bro.
wait, hold on. Let me finish. All right, go.
Okay, bro, you lying though, bro. You ain't got to lie up here, bro.
I'm not lying.
Keep it real, bro. It was easy. It was an easy fight for me, bro.
Okay, stop lying. Okay.
So that was Shakur Stevenson and
Yo, what?
Ryan Garcia. I thought that was very interesting. Shakur
Wait.
was hell to say no. I'm gonna run that back for y'all
That's
one more
the tape.
time.
Somebody got to have that tape.
I turned it on.
Turn
it on.
we can.
You on? It's on.
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah. Core.
Yeah. Where Ryan at, man?
Right here.
right
Is it
here.
true or is it not true? Your coach was fucking the PR girl on the USA team, and you were given gifted decisions. Is that not true?
Damn.
I don't know nothing about that, my guy.
Wait, don't lie. Are you lying on
I
spaces
don't
in
know.
front of
Hey,
everybody?
look. Just answer my question, though, bro.
Wait, no, I answered you answered my question first.
Okay, what's your question, bro? Go ahead.
Was one of your coaches not fucking the PR girl at the fucking USA team?
No.
Oh, why you lying?
Look.
That was a
Let
long
me finish,
story.
bro. Let me finish, bro.
All right, you got it.
No, right when me and you fought, no.
Oh, okay. So he did glaze the yams at some point.
I don't know nothing about that. But when me and you fought, no.
Look it, I respect. Look it, bro. But at the end of the day, I felt
so
I
that's
won the
cap,
first
bro.
round.
That's cap.
I won.
That's cap.
I felt I won the first round easily.
You're lying.
And that was back in the day when they
Hey,
remember
Ryan,
when they
bro.
wait, hold on. Let me finish. All right, go.
Okay, bro, you lying though, bro. You ain't got to lie up here, bro.
I'm not lying.
Keep it real, bro. It was easy. It was an easy fight for me, bro.
Okay, stop lying. Okay.
Ciao. Hey, William Old School, baby. What y'all think about that? Shakur took 100 years to say no, baby. But he clarified. He said not during our fight, no. But so do you know about it or do you not? Because you say you didn't know about it. But then he said definitely not during our fight. So which one is it?
Jab, you did not. Oh, my.
Boom. Mic drop.
Never trust somebody that says "my guy."
Okay.
Oh,
okay, Tony.
Shakur, talk too much.
Ciao. I thought that was very interesting.
I was not anticipating that.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Mother is a late night creep. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. I want to address one last thing and we're going to get up out of here. But first, for the people in the back who didn't hear it, I'm going to play it one more time.
That's the tape.
Somebody got to have that tape.
I turned it on.
Turn
it on.
we can.
You on? It's on.
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah. Core.
Yeah. Where Ryan at, man?
Right here. Is it true or is it not true? Your coach was fucking the PR girl on the USA team, and you were given gifted decisions. Is that not true?
Damn.
I don't know nothing about that, my guy.
Wait, don't lie. Are you lying on spaces in front of everybody?
Hey, look. Just answer my question, though, bro.
Wait, no, I answered you answered my question first.
Okay, what's your question, bro? Go ahead.
Was one of your coaches not fucking the PR girl at the fucking USA team?
No.
Oh, why you lying?
Look.
That was a long
Let me finish,
story.
bro. Let me finish, bro.
All right, you got it.
No, right when me and you fought, no.
Oh, okay. So he did glaze the yams at some point.
I don't know nothing about that. But when me and you fought, no.
Look it, I respect. Look it, bro. But at the end of
Child, talk to me, y'all. What y'all think about that? Talk to me.
I mean, you know he was clapping.
Clapping them, Tony. Oh my goodness, Dr. Eugene, talk to me, baby.
This is kind of like a Juke and 2 Cent where y'all was on a live earlier. It's just like that. certain things are facts, but when you have a fact, people start making like what the fuck call shit inference. I forgot the word it is, but they start making assumptions based on that fact. Because this happened, that means this happened. So did he really probably smash Shorty? Probably so. But because of that, I think Ryan made the assumption because you smashed the PR lady, which ain't no goddamn judge. Now you getting favorable marks on the decisions and shit. Which one
It's
of them
all
things
messy
probably
in this
is true,
state.
but it don't mean the
It's
other thing is true just because that
That's
is
true.
true.
That's very true. That's very true.
And
One
I ain't gonna lie, yo, Shakur is a stunting ass motherfucker. But at the same time, I get where he went with it because nobody knows the full story. Nobody knows if maybe homeboy still worked there, maybe he fucking married. So I'm not
y'all
about
make
to
sure
put
y'all
no bad.
smash the like button.
If I put out some bad shit, he might be fucking fired, get sued, and get a fucking divorce just because I'm playing around and I said, yeah, he smashed her. So I ain't gonna do that. But at the same time, he's a capping lying ass motherfucker. So so it is what it is. Just like when
Yeah,
they
but
asked
I
him to
feel
tell
like
the truth, he cannot tell you the honest truth. Just like he said,
that's what I'm
no,
saying.
not
I'm
when
about
we
to
did it.
say.
So
I'm about to say.
we know that your coach was smashing somebody because you gave the date and you said not when we was there. So that means that's a yes. He was doing it. He just wasn't doing it
Talk
when
about it.
we was there. But
Yeah,
at the
but how
same
can you
time,
how can
why would
you
you expect
emphatically say
to
no?
tell the truth?
Okay, let me
You reading into it
tell.
wrong. The fact that he said not when we fought tells you that he was clapping when they fought. The fact that he had to do
Mm-hmm.
that disclaimer. Look, sometimes you clap the PR girl to get your fight of the favoritism. Sometimes you got to put in work as the coach. I ain't mad. Coach was coaching.
Okay, so this is how I
No.
see it. I agree with what you're saying when you're saying, okay, one thing's a fact and people make assumption about the fact. I agree. But let me tell you how I absolutely hate the way Shakur responded and why I really think he needs to stop talking to the media without a
Forever.
PR person.
But that wasn't even the media though, Jupe. That
I
was him.
know. No,
These
He
are
I
need to
people who
know.
stop
hanging out
talking
on those
in public.
spaces.
We're not,
He
wait,
need to
hold
stop
on.
talking in
Wait,
For
he
when I
need to
say
meet at
the
home.
YouTube, that people who are on there, I don't care if it's a YouTube person. Basically, YouTube is a form of media now. I don't care who it is. He just got to stop because let me tell you what bothered me about that. Because I agree that no, just because that he was messing with someone, this is just so messy. Because I don't want to. I don't care who's messing with who. I really don't care. What makes this look bad? What stuck out to me is not the fact he's messing with the girl, right? Okay, he's saying you messing with the girl, you got favorable decisions. And then you're saying you're right. Just because he's messing with her don't mean you got favorable decisions. The part that made my skin crawl is the fact that the way Ryan positioned that question and his response, because Ryan said, wasn't your coach messing with the PR girl and they got you favorable decisions? Shakur was like, I don't know nothing about that, my guy. You should have vehemently defended. Then he pressed further and asked again, like, so you mean tell me you didn't know when they were getting you favorable decisions? He like, not when you and I were fighting. You didn't clarify that. Okay, not when you and I fought. So you're saying he wasn't messing with her when you guys fought, or he wasn't messing with her and they weren't trying to give you favorable decisions when you fought him? Because my thing is what should have resonated with Shakur is the fact that they're saying that you got, gift decisions. Forget the messing around with the person. I would have been like, okay, I don't know what he did, but I know I ain't got no gift decisions ever. The fact that he didn't hone in on that bothers me, and that makes it messier. Because no, I don't really care about who messed with who, but the fact that you didn't defend like, oh no, every freaking fight I won, blah blah blah. You know what I'm saying? That's the part I just don't. And then you kind of affirmed that it was some type of mess around. It's just you just open up a floodgate of mess.
You know why, Juke? Because that travels into now. Even though that's amateurs, that travel into now because you're not knocking nobody the fuck out. So you winning based off the judges. So now we start thinking, if you're doing it back then, what the fuck you doing now? What's your promoters paying these judges?
Listen.
I mean, but we see it in our own eyes. I don't think we ever saw a fight that we thought Shakur lost. And like Shakur is winning, so I don't think he has to pay a judge. It's just the fact that
all I know is when you can't put in the work, that's when the wingman put in the work, and the wingman was putting in the work. That's all I know.
No, I'm not saying
he. Dirty
I'm not.
sport in general.
I really don't care about the little salacious
it
part
is
of
what
it.
it is.
I don't care about the salacious part of it. I care about like most people try to challenge me on it. I really do like Shakur, and I think Shakur is a great fighter. He never had a fight where I'm like, oh no, he lost that. No, I think he clearly wins his fights. But
DJ stop.
I don't like how he let that rock. I don't like how
I didn't like that long ass pause for no. I didn't
like
that.
That bothered me, girl. Like what?
But Drew, did he win though? Like, because when you say win, it means that you win fair and square. And
right,
the answer is, did he win? Yes.
No,
did he win fair and square? Now
that's my entire point. Because, like you said, just because the guy was messing with the girl, don't mean that they altered or influenced the decision.
But it don't mean it either.
But
and
he
you leave
didn't
yourself
shut that
open
down.
to speculation. Yeah, and you leave yourself open to speculation. And listen, this is old. This is who cares. But the fact that they have this conversation as of recent, the fact that Ryan was still holding on to this means that there's a question in Ryan's mind that Shakur may not be who he says he is because of their background, right? Yeah, just like when they talked about their fight with Ryan and Devin, and Ryan always said, I knew I could beat him because I beat him in the amateurs, right?
Yeah, but Ryan absolutely has faith that he can beat Shakur. He absolutely does. Just
Hold on. But when you sit up here and you make these kind of statements and Shakur takes forever to shut them down, that leaves it open to contradiction. That leaves it open to interpretation. That leaves all kind of floodgates open. When you sit up here and be like, no. Like, my nigga, what's taking you so long to say no? Is somebody telling you to say no?
That was terrible. Like, Shakur, shut up. Shut the I've been saying Shakur talk too much for I don't know how long. Shut up. Like, I just want him every time.
Hold on. Hey, Jude,
I don't care about the sleeping. I'm sorry, go ahead. What?
So, Jude, do you think that Boots be getting ducked by other opponents?
Do I think he be getting ducked? Yeah, I think he's avoided.
Okay, so in your mind, you think that's a fact. So if you think that's a fact,
I mean, I just think no. I'm just saying. I think. I mean, do I have concrete proof for certain things?
No, I'm saying just think, not that you know.
Yeah.
I think
yeah.
So it's not a fact. No, you can't say it's a fact. Then if we don't have proof of it, you can ask her if that's her opinion.
Well, it's a verifiable fact. Like, okay, maybe one person we probably can say a bit. Like Brian normally probably can say a verifiable fact. The Ortiz.
Well, I'll just say that way. You think
Ortiz
that
kind of dug, but that's just my thing, and I was disappointed because I think Ortiz has a chance, right? Whatever, but.
No, but all I'm saying is you strongly think that, and you strongly think that to be true, and that's what I'm saying. You just said Shakur be winning his fights. You strongly think
all
that.
I know,
but that's
all
still
I
open
know
for opinion because everybody can say differently. That's what I'm saying.
Look,
he shouldn't open those floodgates.
Okay.
No, I'm saying he shouldn't open those floodgates with one thing because they open up the entire floodgates with a lot of different
No,
shit.
I agree. I agree with that. That's why I said to me, I think people want to hit. I think people like anything salacious. And I don't care who was sleeping with who.
It's not about the salaciousness though, Jupe. It's about what's being said. You know what I'm saying? Because
no, that's what I'm saying.
That they shut the fuck up. If these niggas just be quiet, we wouldn't know half of this stuff.
These
niggas just be up talking, running their mouth.
Right.
Look, all I know is this. Let me tell you what I found out tonight. What I found out tonight is. Hold on, dude. I've been quiet for a while. I just want to say this. I need to get, when I have him, my son hooked up with Shakur's amateur coach because I know he ain't never gonna lose a fight. We're gonna put him on the PR girl.
I'm gonna put you right on off of here, Tony. I'm gonna put you right on off of here. Go ahead, Dr. Eugene. Go ahead, Dr. Eugene.
Hey yo, he just said his son is about to be 11-time national champion. Yo, that's what's up, yo. Congratulations.
Undefeated.
Oh my God, Dr. Eugene. And you gonna feed right into it. Anyway, back to you.
I just want to say one thing. So with all of this being said, somebody is up here right now making a fucking video to post right on YouTube, right on all these other social media platforms, saying Shakur really lost that fight to T.O. here's the proof, and then they're gonna show highlights of Tio catching Shakur in between
But that's not
rounds.
true.
Like
That's
that.
not
no
true.
one
He beat
cares
Tio
about
easy.
people like that.
That's
Like,
stupid. That would be dumb because Shakur beat
we
Tio
don't care.
easy. That's
We
stupid.
know
That's
that
dumb.
there was no Tio did nothing in that fight, and I knew he wasn't going to do nothing in that fight. So I mean, people.
So
People
hold
say
on.
kind of dumb
Hey,
stuff.
Boots, they said Boots struggled and he won 12 out of 12 rounds to Cameron, and they said he struggled. So is that
I
really
agree
true?
with that. And let me tell you something. There's something called the curse of the puncher. It's a curse of the puncher because I don't even see Boots as like I see Boots as a boxer puncher, Tank's a boxer puncher. When you're a boxer puncher or you have any power, and this is just something that has been happening in boxing for years. I've been watching boxing for years. If you are perceived to have any type of power, and you go to and there's a round where you don't hurt or drop the person, people assume you lost a round. It's just it's a real thing. Like when Tank goes and he lost the fight. I remember Deontay Wilder won his championship off a jab. Great. He was breathing, had that jab going. Great. People still were like, oh, but he can't jab. When he wants to, he can. He just sometimes don't. We have video footage that he can, right? It's just but because he didn't knock the guy out or down, it's just a curse of the puncher. So when people say that, that's just we're talking about reasonable people. I'm not entertaining dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? People who I know someone's gonna make a video of it. My concern with this is that again, I don't care about the whole who's sleeping with who. I would have preferred for Shakur to focus on the second part of the question, which is, hey, your coach was messing with this person and got you gift decisions. I wanted him to focus on the gift decisions and shut that down. And maybe because everybody like someone sleep though, people act like they're seventh graders when adults messing around with each other. They so hyper focused on that, and that's kind of messed up. You mess around with somebody because I mean it's cute right now, but if it was the reverse,
it's never cute. It's never cute.
Yeah, I'm about to say, yo.
Woman mess around. Oh hell, the book looks.
No, it's never cute. It's never cute. Dr. Eugene,
it's cute.
Yeah, Eugene. You know what? I think you wanted something. I was listening to you and I really thought about it. I think you might be right with Shakur and Tio. I think Shakur's coach sent the PR lady to Tio and he got tired, exhausted before the fight.
Goodbye,
Tony. She was putting in the work on him.
We're not doing that, Tony. We're not doing none of that, Tony. Anyway, moving right along. This is our last piece to cover, and then I'm gonna let y'all go because it is getting late. This is I forget their name, but obviously they're big. They're big. They have a really big podcast. Just sometimes I think they say the most ignorant shit. So I'm gonna play it. We're gonna unpack it, and then we're gonna let y'all go because y'all been, thank God y'all been up here all night.
It says, I'm not going to Zuffa. Well, Jai Opetaia has been calling him out all weekend. Some people are saying that a little bit of a quiet duck by David Benavidez. Is this fight actually going to happen? Can it actually happen? If it did happen, how would it look? Before the fight with Zurdo Ramirez over the weekend, I don't think David Benavidez really had a chance against Jai Opetaia. Now, the way that I saw him at cruiserweight, I don't know. He might be the favorite going into the fight against Jai Opetaia. But we'll see if this fight is to come to fruition or not. But stay tuned.
So, what do y'all think about him saying that David Benavidez is ducking Jai Opetaia?
I missed part of it. He said Benavidez ducking him.
Yeah, so I played it.
It says, I'm not going to Zuffa. Well, Jai Opetaia has been calling him out all weekend. Some people are saying that a little bit of a quiet duck by David Benavidez. Is this fight actually going to happen? Can it actually happen? If it did happen, how would it look? Before the fight with Zurdo Ramirez over the weekend, I don't think David Benavidez really had a chance against Jai Opetaia. Now, the way that I saw him at cruiserweight, I don't know. He might be the favorite going into the fight against Jai Opetaia. But we'll see if this fight is to come to fruition or not. But stay tuned.
Stop.
So
the
y'all
favorite.
let me know.
Stop.
Yeah.
Look, I'm gonna say it here. I think if Jai Opetaia fights David Benavidez next, he knocks Benavidez out. I think he sparks some.
What the fuck, Tony?
Yo,
smoking, yo.
I'm not crazy. I'm telling you. I watch slow ass
Everybody
Zurdo.
entitled to opinion though, yo.
Look, Zurdo is trash. Don't get hyped up over Zurdo. Zurdo is not a good fighter. He ain't never been a good fighter.
What about Yard? Should I get hyped up over Yard?
Yard has lost every step of fight he's ever been in.
Everyone's terrible.
not everybody is terrible. How many times? Wait. Anthony Yard. How many times has he gone up for a title and got beat every single time? Every time Anthony Yard stepped up to the level, he lost.
What about Morrell?
No, that dude's trash.
No, we talking about when he fought him. When he fought him, he was just coming off of back to back.
No, he was coming off a horrible performance. He was coming off a horrible performance.
Okay.
David Morrell, and you can box rec this if you want to. I'm doing this on the fly. But if my memory serves me right, David Morrell was coming off the Hot Rod fight, and he looked horrible in that fight.
Okay.
And you gotta understand something. There's two fighters. Really, I've said it about Zurdo for a long time too. But and Jaime Munguia, Zurdo, Jaime Munguia, I both said they was garbage for years. And you can go back on my channel, look at the receipts. Matias and David Morrell, I both said they are garbage and height jobs, and they're not good for years. For years. So this ain't something brand new just because Morrell got stopped. I've been saying it for years that Morrell is trash, and I've been saying for just as long that Matias is trash. They're not good. Like, when they fight elite fighters, they lose every time. They're gonna lose every single time. They're never gonna be in the
He
elite.
only lost to 2 people though.
The guy he just lost to was 3 losses already?
No, I'm talking about Zito.
5 elite fighters and everyone else is trash. We get it.
No. You gotta understand something. Not everybody is trash. You have contenders who are not trash. Like, I'll give you an example. Let me give you an example. Jupe, I'm gonna give you an example. Let me give you an example of a good fighter who's got a lot of losses. Derek Chisora is not trash. He's got a lot of losses, but he makes anybody he fights, whether he wins or loses, it's a war like his name. That's a good fighter, a very good fighter. He's got very good wins. He's got some fights that he was robbed in, but at the end of the day, he ain't never been a champion, but he's not trash. He's an extremely good fighter. That win by Deontay Wilder was extremely good because everybody was saying Chisora was going to drown him and beat him. And then whenever Wilder wins, they talking about, Chisora is washed. Bullshit. That dude's a great fighter who doesn't have a lot of wins. But David Morrell is garbage. Matias is garbage. Zurdo is not good. That dude is like a turtle. Like, literally, we could run around the ring 10 times before his punch gets thrown. He's so slow.
So what
was your question, Jab?
48 people that he beat, that mean they trash too, though, right?
48 who? 48 who? Who did he beat? Please tell me.
No, I'm saying out of the 48 people that he beat, that means
48 what? Fucking 36 of them were Mexican cab drivers.
Okay,
I just want to make sure you said
We have to stop this because you know what? No, hold on, because I want to make a disclaimer, right? We have to stop calling fighters trash because they lose one fight, right? You can't call a nigga with a record 48-2 trash. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I just don't like that. It's the Mayweather effect, yo. People are not trash because they take a loss. They're stepping up and they're challenging themselves. When you challenge yourself, you're going to take a loss. If all these niggas retire undefeated, to me, that says you didn't fight anybody.
Yeah, but Jab, Ty,
your ass.
Ty,
yes,
did you miss the part where I said Derek Chisora is a very good fighter? Derek Chisora's probably got like 12 losses. It's not about whether they get 1 loss, 2 losses, or they have 10 losses. It's about the fact that if every time they fight somebody good, which is very limited, but every time they fight somebody good, they get beat on, they're not good. They're just beating low opposition. But when they fight somebody who's actually decent, they lose. That's trash.
Frequent flyer in the building. What's up, Frequent?
Oh, no. Listen.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, Flyer, Huckle, we need you, Flyer. We need you.
No,
Hey, no,
the
you.
fuck we don't. Tony, I will put you up here. Don't you invite this Negro over here. Listen, I don't have time for this foolishness up here tonight. Frequent Flyer can stay in the comments where he at.
Please, for the
but
love
anyway,
of
no, but Tony, I understand what you're saying. All I'm saying is we can't throw fighters away just because they lose 1 fight or 2. You know what I'm saying? Like David Morrell, I don't find him trash. You keep saying he's trash. He's not trash.
Yeah, but Ty, here's the thing though. You gotta understand. I've been calling him trash before he even had a loss.
Okay,
I need to
fact check. Can we just get back on the topic? I get it. Everybody's trash except for like 2% of people.
Nobody said that.
Chisora trash, Tony.
Could you ask me? because like Jab was putting us on a good conversation, and then we went to this whole thing.
Yeah, I tried you. I'll be trying. So I will play it again, and then I will play it again, and then we can go from there.
It says, I'm not going to Zuffa. Well, Jai Opetaia has been calling him out all weekend. Some people are saying that a little bit of a quiet duck by David Benavidez. Is this fight actually going to happen? Can it actually happen? If it did happen, how would it look? Before the fight with Zurdo Ramirez over the weekend, I don't think David Benavidez really had a chance against Jai Opetaia. Now, the way that I saw him at cruiserweight, I don't know. He might be the favorite going into the fight against Jai Opetaia. But we'll see if this fight is to come to fruition or not. But stay tuned.
So I want people to get what they asked for. And this is what's about to annoy me. Some people are saying, I don't care what those people are saying. You're just trying to create controversy. Zuffa is not a different side of the street. Zuffa is not its own, it's not like Top Rank versus Matchroom versus PBC. Zuffa is its own league. They pretty much have assurances that the bill will pass. And even, again, look at the people who are over Zuffa, look at what they've done in the UFC. With the Ali Act intact, they have multiple class action lawsuits from insider trading to robbing fighters. They've had to pay out $300 million worth of money. Like, this is what they did with the original Ali Act intact. Imagine what they're going to do once it passes the Senate. Right?
With boxing, though. That's UFC.
So my thing is that I'm tired of people. Once a person goes to Zuffa, I don't want to hear you calling anybody else out. You made a decision to go to a league outside of traditional boxing. The people whose league you signed to were anti-boxing, anti the belts, anti-everything. Accept that. No, Benavidez is not ducking anyone. Once you're at Zuffa and you call people out, it's BS. They need to get called out on it. That's no different than someone from Bellator or someone from UFC calling out Bellator. We saw what UFC did. MMA, mixed martial arts did. They had PFL, they had Bellator, they had UFC. No one ever fought each other because they were all their own entities. And they sold you on that model, that UFC model. You brought it over to boxing because they convinced you that boxing's not making the fights. No one fights each other because they made what they did was they tricked folks. They compared UFC one whole entire entity to the whole of boxing. Meanwhile, boxing was always mixing it up more than UFC. I'm sorry, than MMA, because people think that MMA and UFC is interchangeable. No, UFC is one corporation. UFC was not fighting Bellator. Bellator was not fighting PFL. PFL was not fighting UFC. And you got people and convinced them that, hey, they're not making the best fights. No, basically what UFC was is basically what PBC would be. And Bellator is what Top Rank would be. But the difference was in boxing, they were mixing it up. You went over there, you're over there. They told you that they didn't like the belts. They showed you in every possible way. So as much as I want that Opetaia fight, he made his decision lying, and everybody rooted for turkey ham, turkey cheese, turkey.
What about
people gotta
you gotta wait till she's done talking phase. Wait until she's done talking.
And I'm gonna wrap it up. My bad. All I'm gonna say is this: folks gotta start living with the consequences. Once you promote something, live with it. Anybody who signs at this point, if you sign to Zuffa as of right now, as it stands today, now Zuffa might become the thing 10 years from now. As of right now, it's the Duck League. You signed to Zuffa, you made a conscious decision that you're not trying to mix it up with anybody else except for those on Zuffa. Your call outs are BS. It's just you clout chasing. It's the Duck League. I like Opetaia. I'm not trying to hear it. I don't want to hear Hitchens talking to Duarte and anybody else. You went over there, you dropped your belt, you are non-existent. You might as well be in a whole nother sport. I don't want to hear it. And I'm not about to allow these people, y'all beg for this, you got it. Stay your ass over there. The end.
Yeah, Jude,
I kind of.
can I ask you a question?
I kind of.
Hold on, one at a time. One at a time. Go ahead, FaZe.
No, go ahead, Big Hanos.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Oh, salute to everybody on the panel. I was gonna say I kind of agree with Main Man what he said. It's like a quiet duck. It's duck energy because David Benavidez, he came out and said that he ain't gonna fight Opetaia because he got the Zuffa belt, but he talking like he ain't fight over in Riyadh already though. Like he didn't fight on the ring, and Zuffa, Dana White said that it was acknowledging 2 belts. Originally, if you want to go with what he originally said, he said that he was acknowledging 2 belts, the Zuffa belt and the Ring Magazine belt, and so.
Sorry,
And
who
so,
hasn't?
So hold on.
and so,
Hold on, 'cause I wanna
so
say
he
this.
can go
Hold
over
on.
there and fight. Go ahead.
Hold on, DJ. So here's the thing, Frequent. Dana White can say what he wants. It's not up to him. It's up to the original sanctioning bodies, whether they're going to allow that or not. And we see what happened with Job Opetaia. We see what happened with Richardson Hitchens. It doesn't matter what Dana White said. And I do remember him also saying he's not effing with the sanctioning bodies. He's not doing that. That was his whole reason, his whole campaign slogan, that he's not going to F with the sanctioning bodies for different reasons, right? So the fact that you're saying, oh, we'll arrange it, we'll arrange this, hold on, Jupe, we'll arrange this, we'll arrange that. You cannot say that because, for one, you don't own the original sanctioning bodies. It's up to them to say if you're going to fight for their belt or not. And number 2, all you have is the Zuffa belt. If you want to throw in the ring belt because you cool with Turkey, that's cool. But none of that has any legacy or any lineage attached to it.
No, Queen. I was saying what I was actually saying is that David Benavidez and Jao Opetaia can still fight. They don't have to fight on Zuffa. They can fight on the ring card or in Riyadh or something.
Thank you.
And it ain't like he ain't do it already. So it's a quiet duck if you say he don't want to fight him because
No. He's just saying he's not fighting for the Zuffa belt. But you're right. You're 100% correct. If he wants to fight him for the ring belt, I squabble up. I ain't got no problem with that.
Hey, Jab Queen, what's going on, man?
Right. They need to come to him.
That's what Jupe. Hold on. How do you earn your right? How do you earn the right by not beating the number 1 guy of the division?
He's not in that division.
Wait, let me.
Jai is the number 1 guy at cruiserweight.
I ain't got a lot to say.
He's not anymore. He relinquished his title. He's in a whole other league.
All right, hold on. Y'all be quiet.
He's no longer.
Mute. Jupe. Y'all mute up. Go ahead, FaZe.
Oh no, that's all I was saying is that we just saw some Zuffa fighters fight on Netflix, and it wasn't really a Zuffa event, so it's a little bit of proof. I think Tyson Fury signed with Zuffa. Don't correct me if I'm wrong, but it's proof that people could fight Zuffa fighters, and I don't know like if people not seeing that Zuffa fighters are fighting other fighters, and it's definitely a way that it can happen. I don't understand how Zuffa is the Duck League when you could still fight these guys. And Jai Opetaia is the Ring Magazine champion, period, point blank. He's the man at 200. So, you should be wanting to get that fight, not just saying, oh, I can't get it because it's Zuffa, when there's ways that it can happen.
And I agree with him. Like at the end of the day, Zerto was never considered the best guy at cruiserweight. It's been Jai Opetaia for about 3 years now, maybe 4. Ever since he beat Breeders, Jai Opetaia has been the king of the cruiserweight division. So it's all nice and all that you beat a lesser champion, but until you beat the man, you're not the man. And I do agree with Benavidez. I don't think he should sign with Zuffa if they ask for that. I don't think he should fight for their belt if they ask for that. But at the end of the day, TKO is in bed with Turkey. Turkey has Riyadh, like the $100 million man, frequent flyer said, $100 million over there.
Stop. I'm gonna put you up here, Tony.
Tony,
look. So they can still fight. They can still fight. But my thing is this: to claim Benavidez as the best guy of the division when I don't even think Zerto was one of the best guys of the division is ridiculous to me. Jai is by far the king, and if you want to prove you're the best, you got to beat the best. Don't call out Canelo.
Oh, Tony, hold on. Somebody got something to say to you, Tony. To be fair, Bertos was pushing 40. That was 2 years inactive.
In the what? In the rematch. He said in the rematch, not in the original fight. Breidis had only one loss, and that was to Usyk, and took back over and dominated the cruiserweight division. Why are you talking with me? Why are you talking with me, Juke?
Relax. Hold on, Juke. Let him finish, Juke. Let him finish.
Ain't nobody cry, man. You cry, baby, when I talk.
Let's talk, bro.
Look, there she go. You see this? So again, at the end of the day, that comment don't make no fucking sense because Jai Opetaia is the one that ended Breidis' reign after Usyk left. Breidis took over to be the number one guy, beating everybody, and Jai stopped that ass. So his reign was done. The rematch is irrelevant. So again, Jai has been the man for years.
You can't say the rematch is irrelevant if they had a rematch.
Fights are
Yeah, but he beat him. No. What I'm saying is when he tried to make. What I'm trying to say is he tried to make it out like Breidis was inactive when they fought, and he wasn't. He was active when Opetaia beat him the first time and took his belt.
Can we rewind 12 months? Like, because I think it's important. Well, not so much important, but it gives context. So, Jai Opetaia was, maybe still is, one of Turkey's guys, right? Turkey actually made the Benavidez versus Zurdo fight before he made the Jai Opetaia versus Zurdo. Think about that for a minute. He put his money for Benavidez to come out of 175, go to 200, and fight Zurdo. It was Turkey's choice, right? So that tells you where Jai sits on the Turkey ladder. Now, Jai over there with Zuffa is still on the Turkey ladder. And I've got a question for Jupe, because she made some really good points, is that...
I thought that was a PBC fight, though.
Which one?
The one that just passed. Zurdo and
Zurdo and...
Okay, hold on. Let DJ ask his question on Jupe Frequent before you jump in. Go ahead, DJ.
No. So the history was that PBC 75% and Golden Boy inherited that card because of geopolitics. Turkey had already made that fight in January before the war started, right? So just understand how that actually transitioned, because the broadcast, think about it, was on DAZN. When does PBC actually broadcast their fights on DAZN?
All of them.
No. Amazon Prime.
So no. They've been dealing. They've had a couple of fights now on DAZN. This wasn't the first.
Yeah. They on DAZN too.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you don't know what you're talking about, DJ, right here. It was a PBC card. It was a PBC fight. It was not a Turkey fight.
Tony, man.
I'm just laying out. Look. I understand. Hold on. Real fast. Just let me finish, please.
Tony.
I understand that y'all think Frequent is getting ahead of himself because he's worth $100 million now, but he's right in this case.
Frequent, please. Go ahead.
I'm always right.
Y'all mute up. No, you're not, nigga. Mute up and y'all go ahead. Too Rich, go ahead, baby. Too Rich. Come on, get your Wi-Fi together, baby. We ain't got all night. Too Rich. I'm gonna put you over here.
He passed it to me.
Yo, can I go, yo?
Also,
no, we're gonna let Too Rich go. You be quiet. Too Rich.
You there, Too Rich?
No, he ain't there. So I'm saying, can I go?
Oh.
No, Jack Quinn, I was gonna say this.
Go ahead, baby.
David Benavidez got a relationship with Turkey as well, so it's like it wouldn't be like he never dealt with the Ring Magazine fighter situation. You know what I mean? So he can still get the fight. You know, that's all I'm saying. And it's not about having love for Jai Opetaia, while like you just gotta respect the position that he in, and just like if you was if somebody wanted to go to 135 and try to get the lineal belt, I always said it should be Tank Davis the man at 135. I always said that.
Well, you know what? Why y'all up here, right? Because y'all be glazing. I want y'all to tell me what y'all think of this.
That's the tape.
Somebody got to have that tape. I turned it on.
Turn
it on.
You on? It's on.
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah. Core.
Yeah. We're running that, man.
Right here. Is it true or is it not true? Your coach was fucking the PR girl on the USA team and you were given gifted decisions. Is that not true?
Damn.
I don't know nothing about that, my guy.
Wait, don't lie. Are you lying on
I
spaces
don't
in
know.
front of
Hey,
everybody?
look. Just answer my question though, bro.
Wait, no, I answered you answered my question first.
Okay, what's your question, bro? Go ahead.
Was one of your coaches not fucking the PR girl at the fucking USA team?
No.
Oh, why you lie?
Look.
That was a
Let me
long
finish,
story.
bro. Let me finish,
All
bro.
right, you got it.
No, right when me and you fought, no.
Oh, okay. So he did glaze the yams at some point.
I don't know nothing about that. But when me and you fought, no.
Look at.
Okay, y'all tell me what y'all think about that.
Can y'all
There's
hear
a
me?
clear contradiction. I think
Yeah,
he
I
was,
wanna
but I
go
don't
at the
know
rich,
about when we
yo.
was fighting. Yeah, that's a contradiction right there.
Hey, Ty, have a good night.
Got
Ty, have a good night. I'm about to hop off. Hey, Flyer, as $100 million man, I'm leaving this to you.
Child, please. Thank you, Tony, baby. I love you. Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks, Tony. Appreciate you.
your name, rap money.
Too Rich, what's up, man?
Hey,
Shut the hell up, huh?
What's going on, big homie?
Hey man, I'm gonna say it like this, right? So UFC, Zuffa came out with these contracts about where they were gonna pay people and all that, and clearly they busted out that idea because now they're paying fighters millions of dollars, right?
Stop
so we
it,
see
Too
a
Rich.
change, huh?
Stop it.
Well, I'm just saying they gave
Conor Ben got millions of dollars.
They gave what's the guy name?
Conor Ben.
Conor Ben. They gave what's the other fighter, the Puerto Rican guy? They gave
Regis Prograis.
Yeah, no, Belanga. And they gave Hitchens
Get that nigga no money.
Tyson Fury.
Because Belanga is rumored they got $5 million a fight, right?
Stop it.
So all I'm saying is we see them changing, right? So we can't say what they won't do. Now in the UFC, those guys can't call out fighters from whatever that is, and the Bellator, they can't call out fighters. But we seeing boxers call out fighters from the sanctioning bodies. So what I'm saying is we might have to give it a minute, and let's just say, for example, they signed Shakur and they signed Devin. Those sanctioning bodies are going to have to work with Zuffa, or everybody's going to be flying to Zuffa.
They don't have to. They don't
Yeah,
have to.
everybody going to Zuffa. That opened the
Are
floodgates.
going to go to Zuffa,
And they
so
can go.
to keep fighters from going to Zuffa, maybe you might want to work with Zuffa, so you can keep the fighters with the sanctioning bodies.
Hold on, y'all. It's almost 60 people in here. I need everybody to smash that like button. If you cannot contribute monetarily, the least you can do is what's free and smash the like button. Please and thank you. More importantly, to your point too, Rich, they don't have to do shit, which is why they didn't do it with Opetaia, which is why they didn't do it with Richards and Hitchens. If they don't feel you're a draw, they don't have to honor a damn thing. And Devin Haney, let's be honest, he is not a draw. I don't care how much you and frequent flyers sit on my panel and campaign that he is not a draw. Okay, so if he goes over there, don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. If he goes over there, he will be stripped. You can bet that. He will be stripped of his titles. And if he decides to come back on this side, he will have to start from the bottom because he has no goddamn belts and he is not a draw, which is the worst thing, in my opinion, that he can do for his career. You already don't sell. You already not a commercial draw. And you going to go over there and get stripped? What the hell you got to offer us when you come back over here? And you independent? Boy, sit down and shut up. Not you too, Rich. I'm talking about Devin Haney. Go ahead, Frequent, because I know you itching. Go ahead, Frequent.
But didn't Dana White said that they willing to work with the sanctioning bodies though, right?
But the sanctioning bodies have to also be willing to work with him, and he lied. Did you not hear his first thing? I'm not honoring them. They're crazy. The WBC this, the WBC that. He called them some old crazy name. Why would they even do business with you after you talk crazy about them for months? Why would they do that?
I mean, I guess they changed their mind, you know? They changed their mind. It's looking like they changed their mind because Ryan Garcia is supposed to be fighting. Ryan Garcia is supposed to be fighting Conor Ben now. get the fight back
Now,
on,
sit
from what
down.
I understand. And
Sit
it's for the
down.
WBC belt. The WBC
Frequent.
belt is
Sit
still
down.
on the line.
Frequent.
So
You cannot. Dana White cannot tell the WBC what to do. The WBC has to say if it's on the line or not. Not Dana White. Are you crazy?
I mean,
How
we
you
gotta
gonna
wait
go
till
over there
August and see what happened though. We gotta see
Yeah.
what happened.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
All right, yo, can I get my bars off, yo?
Go ahead. And then we're
All
going to
right,
Dub, and then we're
so
going to Dean.
all right, so the PBC, that's basically Al Heyman. Now, as a smart businessman, I don't think Al Heyman would get in bed with that company, because when it's all said and done, if you get in bed with that company and your ass gets some kind of fucking STD, that's on you. He not that fucking dumb. He not dumb at all. Keep it 1,000. So he not gonna do no goofy ass shit like that. Now, could he potentially do a partnership and they have a one-off fucking like type of fight or some shit like that, or pay-per-view? It's a possibility, but at the same time, the more money I give to help you out, the more I'm feeding the beast that's gonna utterly bite me in my ass. I'm not doing that. That won't be smart for me. Like I'm gonna help you make you stronger so you can tear me the fuck down. Cause you're not gonna tear down the zone and leave me hanging. You're gonna tear everybody down, including me. At least they with the zone, so it's about 5-6 of them motherfuckers. They could group together. I'll probably be the first to go because one of them black, so all of y'all are not blacks. Y'all don't give a fuck about me, and I'm independent. So I'll probably be the first to go. So ain't no way in the world I'm gonna help you. And if he advising Benavidez, why would he advise Benavidez to go help the enemy? That's the ops. Fuck them. They didn't get out the mud like I got out the mud. They figure this shit out, and if they don't, good. I'm not going to help them. I'm not going to let them borrow Tank popularity. I'm not going to let them borrow Benavidez popularity. Both of these motherfuckers are top 10 pound for pound motherfuckers. Why would I let them borrow these pound for pound motherfuckers? For what? How is that going to help me?
Exactly.
We're going to get the same amount of money for whatever the fight is regardless.
That's a good point.
And if I don't get it right now, I'm going to get it on the back end. So either way, I'm going to get that money regardless. Why am I helping y'all? So when he said, yo, Ja got to come over here, he not bullshitting. Ja, bring your monkey ass back over here. And if you don't, fuck you and your belt. He number one. I don't give a fuck. Fuck him. Then I'll fight the number 2 and number 3 motherfucker then. Oh, well.
The same shit he did with Canelo. Absolutely. We're going to Dub right side. Dub, what's going on, brother?
What up, sis? How you feeling?
I'm amazing. What's up?
You always are. Shout out to everybody on the panel, man. Hey, I just pulled up. I seen you live. You know, I don't want no smoke, man. I don't want no smoke. But what's the question, man? Now I want to make sure I got the question correct before I respond.
Well, you came late, so I'll play the last couple of clips, and then you can give your interesting perspective. First clip.
That's the tape.
Somebody got to have that tape. I turned it on.
Turn
it on.
We can. You on? It's on.
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah. Core.
Yeah. Where Ryan at, man?
Right here.
Right
Is it
here.
true or is it not true? Your coach was fucking the PR girl on the USA team, and you were given gifted decisions. Is that not true?
Damn.
I don't know nothing about that, my guy.
Wait, don't lie. Are you lying on
I
spaces
don't
in
know.
front of everybody?
Hey, look. Just answer my question, though, bro.
Wait, no, I answered you answered my question
bro.
first.
Okay, what's your question, bro? Go ahead.
Was one of your coaches not fucking the PR girl at the fucking USA team?
No.
Oh, why you lying?
Look.
That was a long
Let me finish,
story.
bro. Let me finish, bro.
All right, you got it.
No, right when me and you fought, no.
Oh, okay. So he did glaze the yams at some point.
I don't know nothing about that. But when me and you fought, no.
So that was Shakur. That was the first thing that not the first thing, but that was one of the more interesting things. And then this is my last, this was the last segment we talked about.
It says, I'm not going to Zuffa. Well, Jai Opetaia has been calling him out all weekend. Some people are saying that a little bit of a quiet duck by David Benavidez. Is this fight actually going to happen? Can it actually happen? If it did happen, how would it look? Before the fight with Zurdo Ramirez over the weekend, I don't think David Benavidez really had a chance against Jai Opetaia. Now, the way that I saw him at cruiserweight, I don't know. He might be the favorite going into the fight against Jai Opetaia. But we'll see if this fight is to come to fruition or not. But stay tuned.
So that was that, and then
we had a hit list of guys that we wanted to fight. So the main fight was the Ryan fight. That was a fight that we had already signed for, that we wanted. And once the Ryan fight, Ryan was injured, and it just didn't make sense to do it. The next guy was Teofimo. So we signed for that fight. We did our part. We thought the fight was going to happen, and then whatever that didn't happen. So then the next guy was Boots. They came with Boots. We said, let's do it. They said, but we said at 147. They wanted to do that at catchweight at 152, but there was no point of us doing that at 152. We never even fought at 147. So then the next best guy was Brian Norman, and that's what we went for.
Also, Devin, was there any truth to you potentially offering Shakur a fight very soon here outside of the Brian Norman deal? I heard a rumor about that.
Yeah, no, I mean, we had a hit list of guys who we wanted to fight. So whichever guy stepped up, I think Shakur already had a fight scheduled when we was trying to find out an opponent. So
we heard enough of his lies. Then I went
that was a situation. He said I called and they had to fight for 52 or something like that. I called him to fight at 52 or something like that.
Did he say that on our show?
I heard him say something about I offered to fight at 50. That's not what happened.
They asked us. They said, are you guys open to doing a Boots fight? I said 100%. At 147, Boots' team came back with they want to do it at 152. 152. I never even fought at 147 yet. I said, no, if you come down to 147, we can do the fight.
After I had decided to move up, after everything was going on, I decided to move up and, move to 54. We get a call back a couple days later. My team, they like, yo, would you fight Devin at 152? I said, yeah. I'm like, I ain't fighting 54 yet. I can make 52. I'm like, yeah, why not? I'm like, yeah, we never heard nothing back after that. And that's another thing. People be painting these false narratives and saying that I ducked this person. How I ducked him? I said, yeah. But y'all don't know that because y'all don't know what's going on behind closed doors.
So do you think that people, sometimes these fighters will say that just to create that narrative that he didn't want to fight me?
That, and I think people be using, I think people be using my name because they know what they think I'm not going to say nothing. But now I feel like they're gonna watch themselves. So
now you're gonna start saying what you feel.
Anybody you want to air out?
I see them. I see them.
See, you still quiet.
Yeah, I'm quiet because I don't really be trying.
So Dub, I'll start with you. You can decide to chime in wherever you want, and then I'm gonna move on to Dean.
I would say, first things first. It's a lot going on in the sport of boxing right now.
Absolutely.
I understand individuals want to make their money going over signing with Zuffa and all this kind of stuff. The interesting thing about it and what I'm looking for, just telling you what I'm looking for first, I want to see how Zuffa deals with the whole can you unify belts? Are belts relevant over there? That's the first thing I'm looking for. The second thing is now we looking, and I don't know if it's true or not, as far as Devin signing over there. I ain't seen nothing to say that that's true. Bill say something about $100 million. Ain't got nothing to do with me. So Shakur, is he fighting there? I don't know. I have no clue how this stuff is gonna play out. What I want to see though is, man, put it on the platform or put it on the platform, and at the end of the day, we want to see the fights. We want to see these guys mix it up. And so if y'all gonna agree that, man, we're not gonna deal with the belts or whatever, we just gonna fight each other for the bag, okay. As long as y'all fighting the best guys, then do it. I ain't got a problem with it. At the same time, I think that I was listening to David Benavidez when he was talking about fighting when he was talking about fighting Jai Opetaia. And he was like, man, I don't think Zuffa doing cross-promotional things and this and that. Well, Dana White, he come out, he say, man, we trying to eliminate, you know what I'm saying, or eliminate that whole, you got to fight for this or that. And we just trying to make the biggest fights happen. We got the money over here. And we've seen this happen multiple times. We watched Eddie Hearn when Matchroom first got started. We watched him throw crazy bags at Devin Haney, what's his name? But we watched it because, man, we need to make ourselves relevant. We watching the same thing happen now. When it happened with PBC, when they picked off half of the great fighters of the sport of boxing at that current moment in time, we watched him. What he said, man, we're gonna give these fighters what they deserve. We're gonna pay them this way. You know what I'm saying? We watched Turkey come in and do the same thing. We've seen this happen multiple times. So this ain't the first time that it didn't happen. The thing with Zuffa, is it sustainable? That's my question. Are y'all going to be able to sustain, especially with y'all saying, that, according to you? All I'm saying is, are y'all going to be able to sustain this and not allow guys, when you have a David Benavidez saying, I want to fight for the belts? If Devin Haney, you signed with him and then you drop the WBO belt, well, how much does legacy really mean to you? We got to ask these questions. So it's an interesting situation going on. And what major fights? What's the major fights we've seen from Zuffa at this current moment in time? We got fights coming up from Zuffa. Me personally, I'm just being honest. I don't know some of these guys who fight. I don't know some of them. And so, are they really putting on the best shows? Do they really have the best talent? Are these guys, are they truly signing? Are they signing for the amount that y'all are saying? What's the truth and what's the lie? That's what we're looking for right now. The crazy thing is I can't tell you. I'm on the outside looking in, so I can't tell you what the truth is. But I can only watch and see how things play out.
Okay, Dean, what's up, baby? Talk to me.
First of all, I want to say, Jag Queen, I'm proud of you. How you doing? How's everything going? You all right?
I'm doing amazing. How you doing? How the girls doing?
Man, girls is wonderful. They in here asleep. They chilling. Everything good, man. My oldest daughter, mom, me and her was just gave her a couple of hours for Mother's Day. You know how that go. You feel me?
Beautiful.
What I will say is, just think it's fucking egregious.
Where you want to
How,
start?
well, I honestly, Jag Queen, and with all due respect, I want to go to something on topic, but off topic. I want to go how the only reason why we even talking about this because these niggas want to be grown ass men with gray in their beard and nut hug Devin Haney. How many people going to go to Zuffa event to go see him fucking fight?
None.
How many of y'all going to support him? Niggas sit up here every day and talk about Devin Haney, ain't been to one motherfucking fight, ain't going to watch the fight. What you going to tell me? You got free Paramount from your baby mom on her Amazon and apps.
Nasty word.
You get it free. You get Paramount Plus. Y'all know how it go, right?
And just an FYI, Zuffa is in a warehouse. Their actual events are held in the UFC warehouse. That is not an opinion. That's a fact. That is a fact. You can Google it.
Wow. I just be wanting to know, since when y'all became Jai Opetaia fans? Since when you support Jai Opetaia and over David Benavidez? So David Benavidez is the duck. Like, we literally about to let people get away with saying David Benavidez is the duck, huh? Because he didn't go
That's not what we
say.
We're not saying David Benavidez ducking nothing.
Hold on, Dub. Go ahead, Dean.
I heard people say that before I got up here. I patiently waited. I heard people say that. They said it's duck talk. That's what I heard. Ain't
that was Tony. Tony. Yes, you did hear that. That was Tony. That was Tony. And I believe it was Frequent too. And Frequent's still up here, so you can address him.
You know, Tony.
I'm ready. I'm in the chamber waiting after this.
Okay.
So on everybody.
So it was.
Hold on, bro. I know you did not say that. I know you didn't say. I know you didn't say that though. You didn't say that. Y'all say you saying that David Benavidez ducking Jai Opetaia?
Well, they were going over the last media clip that I played.
No. I'm asking my brother. Hey, Fly, that's my brother. I love him. Are you saying? Is that what you're saying?
I said, yeah, I agree with Chris Algieri. I think that's who
So he's basically agreeing with this.
Says, I'm not going to Zuffa. Well, Jai Opetaia has been calling him out all weekend. Some people are saying that a little bit of a quiet duck by David Benavidez. Is this fight actually going to happen? Can it actually happen? If it did happen, how would it look? Before the fight with Zurdo Ramirez over the weekend, I don't think David Benavidez really had a chance against Jai Opetaia. Now, the way that I saw him at cruiserweight, I don't know. He might be the favorite going into.
Well, Chris Algieri been out of order for a long time, and now you agreeing with that? You agreeing with that?
Yeah, I don't think he out of order on this one because
Lord.
David Benavidez hopped on camera and talking about he ain't gonna fight Jai Opetaia because he got the Zuffa belt. And it ain't like David Benavidez ain't fight on the ring card already, and that's all they got to do is get it on the ring because Dana White said
that's not what he said.
Because
you lying.
That's not what who said.
David Benavidez didn't say I wouldn't fight him over with Zuffa. What David Benavidez said is I want to fight Jai Opetaia.
No, he said I won't.
Hold on, wait, listen. You're lying though. What? I'm telling you what David Benavidez said. He said, I want to fight him, but because he signed with Zuffa, I don't know if Zuffa is making cross-promotional situations. That's what he said. He didn't say that I didn't want to fight him.
You got the clip of what he said, Jab Queen?
Okay,
let me see.
Because I know I heard him say he's not fighting him for the Zuffa belt.
Yeah, he actually said he's not fighting for a Zuffa belt because a Zuffa belt is not a legit.
Exactly. I don't know what Dub talking about, but
no, because there is no Zuffa belt. That's not a recognized thing in boxing. No one recognizes a Zuffa belt. It's stupid.
I mean, that's not the point, though. The point is what he said. He said it, though. They trying to act like he didn't say it. I know he said it, though.
He said, I'm not fighting for a Zuffa belt, just like he's not fighting for an IBO belt. It's not a recognized sanction.
I know he said, but that's the point that he said it, though.
I don't know why he said, and this is a thing. Frequent, you know what you're doing. You're
I mean, can I get my bars off and then you can respond to me first?
Nah, it's on Dean, man. Let Dean finish.
Dean finished already.
It was Dean. No, he was not. Dean made a point, and everybody chimed in. Let him finish, and then we're going to
Y'all
Cash.
niggas need to
and
hit
then
mute
we're going to
if it ain't on
Thomas.
you. Hit mute. That way your mouth don't get to running.
Hey, Jab Queen, just how much niggas want to dick suck Devin Haney? You don't even got to.
Oh my goodness.
We've been up here arguing about boxing for how long? Niggas never said nothing about the fucking the Ring Magazine belt. So you become undisputed when you get the Ring Magazine belt now. So they want to holler undisputed and then say that's what Devin care about. You don't get undisputed just because you got the undisputed belt. What are we talking about? So the Ring Magazine belt mean more than undisputed? I just want to know.
It doesn't.
The Ring Magazine belt, no, from the Hanos Dicky Riders, I want to know, because he going to Zuffa now, do that mean more than being undisputed? Because you can't be undisputed without the other sanctioned bodies, right?
I'm telling you, Dean.
So why, can I finish? Then why would David Benavidez have to go fucking fight Jai Opetaia then?
No, hold on, wait a minute.
Can I respond to that, Jab Queen?
Well, go ahead.
Well, hold on, y'all. Aircraft, what is the matter? Y'all making the chat uncomfortable. Listen, I'm gonna do a call-in show for the sensitive niggas who just want to talk shit and don't want no pushback, because I don't know what be happening. I don't know why I give off some sort of energy that is soft over here, but it's not. So I don't know why you're uncomfortable with where this conversation is going, but we're having a conversation. Nobody's banging. Nobody's doing anything. We're just talking, bro. Chill out. Go ahead.
Who? Me?
Dean was
I
talking.
can finally get my bars off.
No, nigga, shut the hell up, Frequent.
I just want to say this. For any nigga make an argument, I want you to make that same argument that you've been making for the last 3 years. Don't talk about a ring belt. You ain't been talking about that. You talked about unifications and undisputed. You cannot get that with a fucking ring belt. That's number one. Number two is make sure that you go support Devin and go to a Zuffa event. Because I guarantee you the same niggas that's going to say how great of a move it is ain't going to buy it and damn sure ain't going to go. So I want to make sure that you in that empty warehouse that they have. You feel me? That's all I want to say.
They don't support Zuffa events now.
Okay, so we're going to go to Cash. Come on, baby. Talk to me, Cash.
Now, you know I ain't going to let these niggas get away with it because I don't. Just like Dean said, we done heard the narrative. We remember all the narrative, the legacy talk, all the WBA world belt ain't a real belt. We remember all the narratives, man. So y'all don't get to turn around and say that the Zuffa belt is legacy now. It ain't happening, and it is not a coincidence that it's all the same usual suspects, man. You niggas got a problem, man. Now all of a sudden Y'all niggas picking and choosing when you want to know what a duck is. So Benavidez is ducking, but I remember y'all niggas always saying this excuse. Them nigga didn't send the contract. It was always a contract excuse. But when Rolly sends that bitch ass contract to your boy, you niggas do what? Move the goalpost. You get amnesia. You forgot your previous narrative, man. You niggas need to get back to remembering. Hey, man, I hear some emotion. Go ahead, get it off.
I ain't never moved the contract. Matter of fact, I said that, damn the nonsense. You should, if Rolly said he done signed it.
Did Devin duck Rolly, nigga?
Dub, let him get his bars off
Did
first.
Devin duck
Dub,
Rolly?
let him finish, cause I'm waiting patiently for it to get back around to my turn.
Frequent.
Cause y'all let them jump in back and forth, but I can't say a word.
No, but okay, you about to say something in a second, Frequent. Just give it a minute.
And about this Zuffa, I don't got a problem with Zuffa because I watch boxing. But you niggas should have a problem, man, because you niggas are the ones that was mad about sides of the streets and all this shit. You cannot have ever made an argument about the side of the street and be cool with a nigga opening up a whole new lane on an island somewhere that's surrounded by security, and them niggas ain't fighting the other niggas. You niggas got a problem, man, and you need to get it together, man. Them niggas, they didn't go grease them senators' pockets just to turn around and be dealing with the
Put a name on you niggas. Put a name on it.
All you niggas who, if you feel guilty, nigga, it's you. Shit.
Hey,
I don't feel guilty.
let them all be talking about me.
Guilty because you
They
jumping
ain't
in
talking
when it's
about
my
you. Let them
time,
all
my
be
nigga. I
talking
ain't saying
about
a
me.
word when you was talking.
Listen,
Go ahead.
listen. Y'all know I don't do all this talking over each other. Cassie, you finished, baby?
Yeah, they got it. I'm gonna let them get it off.
All right, Thomas is on you.
Man, all I gotta say is Cash said a mouthful, and he said everything that sounded true. I think that there have been
He
people.
had a mouthful, all right.
See, there you go, man.
Shut up,
See,
Frequent.
there you go, Frequent. Why you gotta go that route, baby boy, man? You know what I'm saying? I think what Cash said actually fits the bill because a lot of people have those talking points. And now those talking points is coming to bite them back on their tailbones because now the people that they were using it to justify are finding themselves victim to it. The bottom line, ain't nobody really pissed at Zuffa because it does provide us with fights. The thing is, legacy is not over there at Zuffa. There's nothing over there but a startup company and a company that has been, ran and led by somebody who has been dealing with disgruntled employees from a different segment, in a different sector. So, things just don't look right now. Time will tell how things fare for them, but at this current time, there is no legacy over there. There should be people who are looking to cement their legacy and stamp themselves based upon their legacy, staying over on one side of the street, so to speak, because now there's another side of the street. Like Zab said, Jab said, it's a whole new stratosphere. And, it wasn't there before. So, now we got something else in the way of fights really, truly being made. Because you can't just drop your belt to go over there and make a fight against somebody who has a belt. So, therefore, it's like, how do they interplay with one another? And that's the problem that we're going to have because a lot of people are going over there and then calling folks out. And how do you do that when they said they're not playing nice with one another?
Hey, Mr. Chelli.
Yes, sir.
I was absolutely incorrect last night. I was absolutely incorrect. Strong concordance correcting me accordingly. You know what I'm talking about. Y'all go ahead.
Go ahead, Frequent. Go ahead, because I know you dying to run.
There's no prestige in the Zuffa belt, man. Zero prestige.
Yeah. Well, you know what I'm saying? I got a couple streaks of gray in my beard, you know what I mean?
Child.
But and you know what I'm saying? And I wear it proudly. And I definitely do buy Devin fights, but not just Devin fights. I buy all fights that I want to see. You know what I'm saying? I ain't dealing with no baby mama or nothing like that. I'm dealing with a wife for 15 years. You know what I'm saying? I got kids up in here.
Stop it.
And nobody in
Playboy.
here ain't pay a bill in 15 years. You know what I'm saying? I pay everything. These dudes got their priorities mixed up. I don't know what they talking about, man. But on top of that, man, Opetaia, you know what I'm saying? Everybody know that Opetaia is the number one up there. You know what I'm saying? Zerto Ramirez wasn't him. You know what I'm saying? And so David Benavidez to beat him, and then everybody think he number one. I think they complete. I don't understand how they mind work. You know what I'm saying? David Benavidez definitely got to see Ja Opetaia, and for him to say that he ain't fight, to make up any kind of excuses talking about how he ain't gonna fight him or why he ain't gonna fight him, he should be talking about how he could fight him. You know what I'm saying? And it's definitely a way to make that fight. Because it ain't like he ain't go over to ring. It ain't like he ain't fight on a turkey card already.
It's different. It's not that though. You're like this is the issue that I have with y'all, right? Like, let's not act like we don't have a blueprint for niggas getting stripped when they go to Zuffa. So we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna sit up here and act like, oh, he can't go to Ja Opetaia. Who's the bigger name, first of all? Second of all, my nigga, you don't even have a belt right now. I'm doing you a favor by even fighting you because you got stripped of your IBF belt.
No,
you
what
want to
I'm
be over there with
No,
Zuffa.
and Jab, why
no,
did he
what
get
I'm
stripped
no, what I'm
again?
saying, what I'm saying by that though, everybody want to see that fight. Like David Morrell, you know what I'm saying, ain't had no belt or nothing, did he? Everybody just wanted him to fight David Morrell, and so he took that fight,
He
and
got stopped
everybody
by a nigga named
and
Chelli.
everybody, hold on, man, hold on, let me get my bars off, bro.
David Morrell just
Hold
got
on,
stopped
bro.
by a dude named Chelli.
Keep your shirt on,
And we
bro.
don't even know who
Put
he
your
is.
shirt back
We
on,
didn't know who
man.
that dude was.
Bro, put your shirt back on, bro.
Who with their clothes off? What's going on?
He ripping his shirt off, man. Chill, bro.
My shirt's still on.
Yo,
All right, chill,
Jab,
bro. Let me finish. Let me finish.
How
You
did he
get your
get stripped
chance.
Hold on, y'all. Wait a minute.
Let me cook in peace, man.
No. Let Frequent
I
finish,
still got
y'all.
my
Let him
apron
finish.
on.
My bad.
Hurry the
I'm
hell up,
sorry.
Frequent.
I
Hurry
just
up, nigga.
So it ain't like he ain't fight on the Riyadh card already. What I'm saying
That has
is
nothing to do with
when everybody wanted him to fight David Morrell, he took that fight and everybody was like he stood on business. You know what I'm saying, for doing that. And now everybody want him to fight Ja Opetaia, and he already knew everybody wanted him to fight Ja Opetaia because the world know that Ja Opetaia is the number one in that division.
Sit down,
you know what I'm saying? And so that's why he addressed it like that. But for him to talk about how he not going to fight him instead of talking about how they can make the fight, it's a low key duck.
I'm so sick of y'all acting
It's
like
a quiet duck. Chris Algieri wasn't talking on the phone.
No. Let me say this.
Chris Algieri was on point with that.
Hold on. I am sick and tired.
I'm not out of order, man. Y'all just feeling sensitive
You be
about it.
quiet, Frequent. You be quiet. What I'm tired of is y'all acting like the PBC fighters gotta crawl to you niggas and give you niggas dog food to make y'all niggas do what y'all signed up to do in the beginning, which is fight. If you want your ass over to Zuffa boxing, you see everybody that goes over there get stripped, and you don't work your ass off getting punched upside your goddamn head for these belts. Why in the hell would you go over there? You don't have to go over there. He went over there for his own benefit. For whatever reason, he said he wasn't getting fights over here. He said he needed to do whatever. I'm not mad at that. But you can't go over there and then tell a nigga over here he's ducking you when you had ample opportunity to fight him while your ass was over here. So we're not going to do that.
I'm just saying.
Be quiet, Frequent. Nobody cares. Too Rich, what's up, baby? Talk to me.
All right, I'm gonna say this: regarding the small room in the basement, we saw when Conor being fought that wasn't in the small room, and he fought a guy that wasn't on Zuffa. Okay, I was reading Yahoo Sports talking about the Shakur thing, and the plan is for Shakur to fight Conor Ben in a stadium fight. So we see them switching up. So we see them switching up the plan. So I'm just saying we're gonna have to wait and watch and see how it play out. Now I did hear Benavidez said if they want him to go to Zuffa, they got to get him $30 million. So I think it's more talks going on behind the scenes than we know of, and this thing might play out a little differently than we think in a couple of months or so.
Well,
that
you know
niggas be
what?
making up shit, man.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, listen, I'm gonna say this right. Since nobody wanted to comment on the situation that entitled Shakur, I'm gonna bring it back there any goddamn way. So nobody gonna say nothing about Shakur coaches sleeping with the referees or whoever that was to get him some favorable decisions. We're not gonna talk about that.
Ryan Parents was judges and stuff.
What?
One at a time. One at a damn time, guys.
Ryan Parents was judges and stuff, Queen.
No, and apparently his goddamn coaches was sleeping with the PR girl. Did nobody see that?
It sounded like Shakur
Okay,
knew exactly what he was talking about.
So clearly nobody paid attention. Well, we're gonna run it back.
That's the tape.
Somebody got to have that tape. Fuck, I turned it on.
Here,
Turn it on.
You on? It's on.
Y'all can hear me?
yeah,
Yeah.
Core.
Yeah, we're running that, man.
Right
It's
here.
right
Is it
here.
true or is it not true? Your coach was fucking the PR girl on the USA team and you were given gifted decisions. Is that not true?
Damn.
I don't know nothing about that, my guy.
Wait, don't lie. Are you lying on
I
spaces
don't
in
know.
front of
Hey,
everybody?
look. Just answer my question, though, bro.
Wait, no, I answered you answered my question first.
Okay, what's your question, bro? Go ahead.
Was one of your coaches not fucking the PR girl at the fucking USA team?
No.
Oh, why
Here,
you lie?
look.
That was a
Let
long
me finish,
story.
bro. Let me finish,
All
bro.
right, you got it.
No, right when me and you fought, no.
Oh, okay. So he did glaze the yams at some point.
I don't know nothing about that. But when me and you fought, no.
So nobody got nothing to say about that.
It's the niggas that like meat flavored blunts that can't see
One
that
at a
nigga capping.
one at a time.
Yeah, I was talking first. These niggas need to
Go
go ahead
ahead.
and shut the fuck up.
Go
It's
ahead, Cash.
it's these niggas that like meat flavored blunts that can't tell when a nigga capping, man. Whenever a nigga say, "What was the question?" after he clearly heard the question, man, a nigga full of shit, man. We all know that, man. You motherfuckers need to quit making excuses for these pussy ass niggas, man.
Well, he can't get no yams. Why?
Shit
What
nasty.
that got to do with anything?
That nigga said, "My guy." When he said that, you knew that nigga already was over there telling some stories. That nigga know damn well.
Bullshit.
He know
I
his
don't
coach
see the
is over
problem
there.
with Coach getting some
Hey,
yams though.
hey. The problem is it's conflict of interest. And you can't have
It ain't conflict of interest
You
for his
Mickey
parents to
Frickies
be the
like
coach.
these Mickey Frickies that bend rules. I see that right now, dog. That's what y'all like.
It
Ryan
ain't
Daddy
conflict of interest for his parents to be the coach
judging
or the
fights too
referee and
now.
all of that.
Yeah, that's
Ryan
kind of a
Daddy was
stretch.
judging and refereeing fights. So ain't that a conflict of interest?
Was he
kind of
judging
Yeah,
and
come on, y'all.
refereeing his fights?
If his mom could be the referee, then coach could get his yams then.
Always
No.
moving the goalposts.
Were they refereeing his fights? Were they judging his fights? That would be a
Shakur
conflict
said
of
not
interest.
his fight. He said not when they was fighting.
He took a long time to say no.
But
And then
listen
he
to
said,
what he
"My guy."
said. He said the PR lady. The PR lady ain't got shit to do with that judge, yo.
You don't know that. You don't know who she's sleeping with, and you
Hey
don't
yo,
know.
Ryan parents
hey
being
yo,
the
hey
judge
yo,
is
hey
more
yo.
detrimental than
Listen
the
to what you just
PR
said.
person.
You said you don't know that. I don't know that, but I can't make that assumption either.
That's true.
Hey yo, listen. I was a coach before, and I done fucked another assistant coach on another team. She don't got shit
Did
to
you
do.
get favor? Did you get
That's my
favorable
whole point.
decision?
That can't happen. She was the coach of the other team. I was the assistant coach of the other team. It can't
But did you
happen.
get favorable? Did you get favorable? Like you're the coach, yes. But did
You're
you
not
pull?
hearing what I'm saying. It can't happen. She
Why
can't
not?
do nothing.
It
Hey yo, listen. Hey, yo,
She let him know what play they was running next.
no, it ain't got nothing to do. Hey yo, I'm a wrestling
ridiculous.
coach. She a wrestling coach. When them fucking kids get out there, no matter what she yell at them kids, they gonna do whatever the fuck they want to do, and vice versa with my kids. They gonna do
That's
whatever the fuck
different
they want
though.
to do.
No, that's different
That's not
though.
different.
Okay.
That's still
No,
one-on-one.
it is.
It's a
Okay,
one-on-one
wait.
sport.
Hold on, wait. Listen, y'all get so amplified.
You'll say it's
God,
different.
dog, y'all don't listen.
Okay. How much wrestling
We're
experience you got
saying
first?
somewhat. Oh, sweet Jesus.
Before you start, how much wrestling experience
Woo,
do you
it's
have?
so annoying.
All right, so we're not gonna really do all this back and forth.
We're not.
Go ahead.
They don't listen. I can't.
Go ahead, Drew.
I was gonna say this. You absolutely can. Saying they can't do the blah blah. You don't know. And in your case, okay, we're not saying because you're messing around with someone that they're automatically going to like help that person. I don't believe that either. Not automatically. Can it? Yes. The point is that why would you even jeopardize? This is my problem with folks in professionalism. You're that thirsty that you have to mess around with someone and jeopardize the legitimacy of your fighters. I question you. That right there is a problem. I would never put, if I'm coaching some children, I'm a teacher of some children, I'm not about to ever do something that could jeopardize the legitimacy of their win. The fact that grown ass people are doing that bothers me. And I'm not like holier than thou, I'm not trying to say that, but it don't matter. I'm not going to put them in a position where people can even have the opportunity to question it. Because your young folks, you owe that to them. And you up there worried about your little loins. That's a problem for me. Because now you're putting emotion into it. People can, okay, whatever. So let's say Shakur's coach did whatever. Does that necessarily mean that they judge his fight in a certain way? No, not necessarily. What bothered me about Shakur's response is that when Ryan asked the entire question, he didn't just he didn't douse that, he didn't put any water on that fire. Like everyone's focused on, oh, who's sleeping with who? No, he said they were messing around and they gave you gift decisions. Shakur said, I don't know nothing about that, my guy. That should have offended you to me. I would think that would offend me and say, man, what the heck you talking about? Whoever messed with, I beat everybody fair and square, blah, 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 blah. I just felt like Shakur allowed a lot of room for questioning. And I get people that, well, I mess with this coach, I mess with that coach. This is not the time for you. When you go to these events, and I get it, you're human, you become attracted to people, but when you do stuff like that, you risk the legitimacy of your team's win. You're putting your own personal desires over the bigger picture. That's a problem for me. So I just wish Shakur would have dealt with that question better, right? And the way he answered it is just give us more questions and answers, right? I wish he would just say, man, ain't nobody gave me no whatever. I ain't never heard that in my life. Or even if he said, okay, that don't mean this, because I beat you fair and square. I beat everybody fair and square. I won 10-2. You know what I'm saying? It's the fact that he left it very open-ended is what bothers me.
That's a good point. Anybody else want to chime in? We're about to wrap this up.
I mean, so what does it mean? I don't get the point. What does it mean?
So listen.
I
The point is
literally
that
just
we don't
explained
know. We don't know. We don't know what it means.
I
mean, ain't nobody
I don't
beat him
see
in the
how it
pros, so I don't know what the amateurs got to do with it.
It is the point because you know that we're talking about fighting again. So Ryan was just, I guess, basically making a point, right? About, you nigga, you had some help. You didn't do it all on your own. Right. So I guess that's what his point was to the whole scenario. But my issue is the whole, like Jube said, the answering of that question was very, very lackluster to me. You answered that question like you wasn't even sure yourself. So that's what makes other people asking a question.
He really answered it like he knew there was some truth to what was going on. That's why he put that.
Talk about it, Thomas. Talk about it.
Now, Thomas, I didn't want to say nothing because I'm a Shakur fan. Yeah, it's like he confirmed it. Like, this is what I've been saying. I want Shakur to shut the hell up. Not only that, he just even if you didn't tie up I get it. If you want to protect your coach and say you don't know who slept with who, blah blah blah, the boxing portion of the question is what bothers me. I don't care who sleep with who. That, like, we're grown. I don't care what you do. When he said your coach was messing with this woman and it helped give you blah blah blah, I wanted Shakur to ask him like, oh hell no, I want the fact that he was like, I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, not when me and you fought, because it looks like you're affirming both parts of the question. The sleeping with each other part is not the most important part here to me. It's did they judge fights in a way? But again, this is the amateur days, but that does call into question, like, would you do extra stuff to win? I don't know. That bothers me. I just feel like Shakur could have wrapped that up better. I don't acknowledge any of it at all. But now I'm wondering, okay, so it sounds like you pretty much confirmed your coach was messing with someone and you knew about it. Because if you're a kid, you would think you wouldn't know about it. So you knew something. And was it to your advantage? We don't know. It's just he opened up the floodgates.
But it sound like you almost do know.
Right. It sounds like it. Like I wish he would have shut it down. That's all I'm saying. And that's what I'm saying. He just shut up. And this was just. I didn't expect to hear this tonight. This is a mess. I just wish he would have stayed down there.
Listen, it's all good, baby. It go down in spaces. That's all I can say. But y'all go around the panel. We're gonna give our final thoughts and we're gonna get up out of here. It's almost 2 a.m. in my time. But frequent and listen, don't be long-winded, nigga.
All right, I'm gonna land my drone early. Yeah, I'm just anxious to see, you know, what happens, how this whole thing plays out with two things. This fight with Ryan Garcia and Conor Ben, because I'm hearing that fight is back on. You know, we know that the fight was supposedly not going to happen because Conor Ben went to Zuffa, but now I'm hearing it's back on, and the WBC strap is still on the line. So, you know, all we can do right now is speculate on whether, you know, the WBC is not going to let the belt be on the line or not. But I'm anxious to see when the fight happens, if it's on the line, because if it ends up being on the line, then, you know, that's going to kill that fake narrative that everybody got, you know, saying that you got to drop your belt when you go over to Zuffa boxing, because, you know, I ain't seen no evidence that you have to drop your belt. We saw people get stripped by the sanctioning bodies, but as far as Zuffa making them drop their belt, I don't know.
It's not about Zuffa, and I told you that. It's like, stop playing silly. You know, it's not about them because they're not a big entity. It's about the bigger conglomerate. It's about the bigger entities. You cannot go over there and say, I'm going to fight with this belt without the sanctioning bodies approving that. Come on, frequent. You 167 years old. You know that.
I know the sanctioning bodies got to approve it, but so far we only saw one sanction body strip somebody because they went over there. That's not true.
Opetaia and Richardson Hitchens. What are you talking about?
Yeah, Richardson Hitchens. Richardson Hitchens had what belt?
The IBF.
Yeah, and Opetaia had the IBF too. That's why I said we only saw one sanctioning body, but on top of that, Richardson
Hitchens else over there with a belt. So we can't say that. You see the writing on the wall, though.
I know. That's why I'm saying we don't know how the other sanctioning bodies want to act as far as that. But in the Richardson Hitchens situation, he announced that he was moving up from 140 to 147, and that's why he dropped his belt. He didn't say that he didn't get stripped because of that. He dropped his belt. But
no, he never mind. Go ahead.
So yeah, I'm anxious to see what happens with that, how that plays out with the WBC. You know, if they're going to pull a belt, you know, off it or whatever. Or, I don't know, but we know that the fight happening now after Oscar De La Hoya said it wasn't going to happen. And also the other thing is, you know, this whole thing with the 100 M's with Devin Haney and Shakur Stevenson signing the Zuffa boxing now. As far as the Devin Haney situation with the 100 M's, I feel like even if it's not $100 million deal, if it's something substantial though, you know, I feel like it's a W for him, you know, because everybody was saying he ain't have a fight, he ain't had no option, he ain't had no traction or nothing like that. You know, I mean, yeah, but we're waiting on everybody anticipating this announcement though, right? So he got some kind of traction.
It is what it is.
But you know, and then, you know, with Shakur moving over to Zuffa, if that actually happens, and you got Devin over Zuffa, you got Shakur, you got, you know, all these bigger names moving over there, I feel like that's opening the floodgates for other fighters to want to go over there, because I mean, we got to keep it real. These sanctioning bodies ain't really treating these fighters, you know, straight up and down, you know, the way they're supposed to.
Freaking Flyer, come on now. You like 60 plus, my nigga. You know better, bro. Like you talking about the sanctioning bodies not treating them, bro. What you think Dana White about to do to them? What you think Dana White is really about to do?
But look, the WBC, the WBC, right? The WBC is stripping fighters and doing all type. They trying to charge sanctioning fees.
Stop playing, bro. Come
Huh?
on, frequent
They trying to
flyer.
charge
Let me say
sanctioning
something.
fees for fights that they don't even have they not even a part of.
Frequent. If you lose on Zuffa, your money go down. Do that happen over here?
What you mean? No, that's
if you
not
lose
how
a
it goes.
fight,
That's
yes,
not
the
how
hell
it
it is.
goes with. That's
Yes,
not how it
look,
goes with the bigger names.
Excuse me.
Bro,
Yes, it
just
is. Yes, it is.
answer it
That's in
directly.
Zuffa. That's in
If
Zuffa.
you
Hold
answer
on.
it directly,
Hold
it's
on,
easier.
Dub. Hold on, Dub. Yes, it is. If you read their contracts, if you lose a fight, you get less money. You lose another fight, you get less money. You lose another fight, they might as well let your ass go. Now, if they let you go, you don't win over there. If you had a belt, you lose your belt, you come back over here, you got nothing. Stop playing,
Jab
frequent.
Queen.
Come
That's
on,
not
bro. You know
contract.
better.
Contracts is negotiate. I'm pretty sure they don't
Thank you
got
for
no
coming up.
standard
All right,
contract
we're
for
not doing this.
everybody.
Yes, it is, bro. What are you talking about? Yes,
Well, how you?
when the
Where you
last
get
week?
this
Because I
information
read
from?
it.
Like, how you know that?
Read, my nigga. Read. You have to read things, bro. Go
So you
Google
saw
Zuffa
what?
contract. Go,
So
and
you
that's
saw.
how I know. That's how I know you don't watch my videos. I know you only come over here to pop
I
your shit, and
saw
that's
the
fine.
Zuffa
No,
contract, that everything,
my
but I'm
nigga. You
saying like the
don't.
bigger
You
names are
don't.
not.
Because if you did,
Everybody don't have the same contract, Queen.
listen to me, frequent flyer, and I'm not trying to get irritated. I'm not trying to get aggravated. I'm not trying to raise my voice. Listen to the sound of my voice, though. When you sign to Zuffa, you are a part of an employee contract. You are not a star. Zuffa does not want stars. Zuffa is the star. Do you understand me? Which is why they have you wear uniforms. Which is why that you're not allowed to start your own outside entity. You're not allowed to have outside what you call it, endorsements. You're not allowed to have any of that because Zuffa is the brand, baby. You're not paying attention. When you go over there, you are a part of a company.
Have you been watching the Zuffa boxing fights?
Yes, of course I have.
Okay, so you should know that one of those things that you said is a fake narrative about them having a uniform, because we saw fighters fight who didn't have the Zuffa gloves on and all of that stuff.
Who?
If you watch the Zuffa fights, it was certain
Nigga, no. You over
here
here trying to tell me? No. We're not playing these games. Who? Name the fighter.
I don't know the fighters, but
okay, I know you don't. Thanks for stopping
I'll
by.
help you.
Thanks for stopping by, because we're not doing that. We're not about to play these silly little games. You irritating me already. Next. Too Rich, what's up?
I'm just gonna say this. From my point of view, I feel like it's the same story we just saw a year or two ago. Turkey came over here. He's paying a lot of money, and nobody's gonna fight for Turkey. Only the B-side fighters, and we saw everybody named Mama go fight for Turkey, and every promotion company get those commission checks. And now we're here with Zuffa. We have to remember Dana White is just the face. He's not putting up $1. He's not putting up $1 for Zuffa. So Turkey got Ring Magazine. He got Riyadh City season, and he got Zuffa. So y'all got to look at the puppet master behind the scenes. If they get one or two more fighters to go over there, other fighters are going to follow. That's the way it works. David Benavidez' contract is up at the end of the year. What about they throw a boatload of money at him? Who's to say he's not going to take it? We talking about legacy, but if a motherfucker going to give you $100 million, that is now your legacy. And that's all I got.
Thank you, baby. Thanks for stopping by too, Rich. It's always a pleasure whenever you want to panel. We don't always disagree, but I think you're a very intelligent man. You have your principles and you stand on them, even if I don't agree with them. So I appreciate that. Thomas, what's up?
Hey, well, first and foremost, excellent show, excellent panel. You do your thing. Shout out to everybody that creates the panel. Shout out to the people in the chat. Buffer, sometimes people do a lot of buffer. What we saw a couple of people do up here was buffer the fact that their favorite fighter is about to have a landing pad called Zuffa, and it's going to be the Zuffa experience. They're going to be super strong. It ain't no legacy over there. That's why my nigga Rich just said.
I'm sorry, Thomas. 1 second. Frequent flyer, I kicked you off my panel for lying. Name a fighter who is not wearing Zuffa paraphernalia, and then you can stay. If not, I'm going to have them pack you up in the chat. Stop playing with me, yo. Go ahead, Thomas.
And, he basically just, to coin that phrase, well, the legacy now will be the money. So when other people was talking about that's truly the legacy is the mark you make in the sport, them niggas was talking about belts. Now when belts is getting snatched and niggas got no alternative but to go over to a place where it's a startup company and niggas don't know if it's going to stand strong or reign true, we got to make an excuse or we got to make it a reason. The nigga Bill was asked a direct question. You know what answer this nigga gave?
I watched it.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? No answer. That nigga danced around it like he was Fred Astaire. And Mickey Fricky's out there wondering why people don't believe what they're saying. And it's crazy that, you know, everybody goes and targets certain folks when the folks they should be targeting is the people that they've been blindly following behind. That being said, you ain't never hear Benavidez say he not trying to make the fight. He said you can make the fight. We had to find around making it. He said he don't fight for no damn Zuffa belt, but we can make that fight. We just got to figure out how it is. So why would you go over to a place and then be stripped of your belt and think you can call shots? Nigga, you cause no shots. You lost all leverage when you let that belt go. And if any Negro goes over there holding the belt, they better get 100 million. Cause ain't guaranteed over there but the fact that you done made a transition from you being a champion to you being stripped. And if you cool with that, what type of fan are you? Because if you really want the fights, you want these people to be where the fights can be made. Now, these Negroes, and I say that generically because they're not, but these fools done got together, banded together to save a network that was drowning. Now, you motherfuckers always talk about the PBC is broke. They going out of service. They've been broke for 25 years now, but these Mickey Frickies came together to save the zone, and they needed some resident fighter to put their stuff on, and they tried to make it with Boots because they figuring he can attract. He got the color to make things happen because he can attract and he can attract haters because niggas love to see brothers win and they love to see them lose. So if we can get him and we can match him against some other people, we can make this thing pop. But they came together to make this thing pop. Now they started with Virgil. Virgil wasn't with it. That nigga didn't want no part of it. Neither did his freaking promoter. So they staged a freaking lawsuit. At least that's what it looks like. So that they won't have to fight this Mickey Fricky. So you know what he said? Well, look, you're over here on Facebook Live and Tubi TV having fight cards. How about this? We'll produce your fights. We'll promote your fights. We'll do all these things for your fights. You just give us your champion in Xander Zayas, and you line him up in here with this man so we can get our thing popping, because we want to show the world that this is where true boxing is, over here at the Zone. And that's what we have right now. So if you're Devin Haney, if you're Shakur, you don't have to go to the PBC, but you got 4 entities that are under the same umbrella. You can go there. We can make fights, because the last time I checked, the PBC makes fights with every single person.
Yep.
They just, and on that, I'm going to land my plane. Excellent topic, excellent panel, excellent chat. You know what I'm saying? It's all love. Ty Drake for president, and I'm out.
Thank you so much, Thomas. I appreciate you. Very humble, very, very loving and caring. You can tell he just have a great spirit. Thank you so much, Thomas, for stopping by. Dr. Eugene, baby, these Negroes is crazy. Talk to me, Dr. Eugene.
Well, first thing is the thing with Shakur, it opens up a Pandora box, but it doesn't, because that's a lot to do about nothing. Because to be honest, that's the amateurs. What the fuck can possibly happen? They're gonna take a
Frequent.
gold medal,
I'm gonna put your ass up
medal?
out of here, Frequent. Hold on. I'm gonna put you the fuck up out of here, Frequent. Let me tell you something. First of all, they signed 1-fight deals, and you know that. Like this. Go ahead, Dr. Eugene. Somebody pack them up. I'm busy. Go ahead, Dr. Eugene.
So he a professional now. So what happened in the amateurs is damn near like saying what happened in high school. What the fuck? Take his championship in high school? Who gives a fuck? He grown ass man. So that literally don't got nothing to do about shit. But it do open up the box of just people talking. But to be honest, people want to talk shit regardless. So that really don't matter. Now the thing about the that one company, I ain't gonna say their name no more, but that one company, these motherfuckers are signing 360 deals. And somebody mentioned up there about the antitrust lawsuit. They have more than one. You feel what I'm saying? Like
Yes,
if they already fucking people over, and I don't think you use the R word, but they fucking people over and they wording people. And that's who you want to go to. I'm gonna put my trust in your hands. This motherfucker done fumbled and stomped and kicked on shit, and that's who you want to put in, man. So if you want to do that, good luck. And then anybody who they saying, well, you should go ahead and make ties with them, like David Benavidez, prime example. He ain't never ducked no smoke ever. Half the motherfucking people that he trying to fight, he done already sparred with anyway. So why the fuck would he be ducking motherfuckers? And then he never sparred Morrell, and they were saying that he ducking. He said he ain't trying to fight him yet. But once he was able to fight him, he fought him and whooped his ass. No problem. He didn't make a big deal about it. He just fought him and kept it pushing. And that's who y'all want to say is ducking. So if y'all saying he ducking, the prime example of somebody who not ducking, then that means anybody they could say that shit. But at the end of the day, he's still not trying to fuck with what the fuck y'all got going on and y'all 360 deals, because you can't fuck with a dirty motherfucker and come out clean. You want to have something on your fucking shoes. So that's why he not trying to fuck with them. Now, maybe he thought that already, or maybe Al Heyman put the bug in his ear, but whatever it is, that's still the truth. So he not wrong for anything that he do. Now, why do he got to be all the way in the right? Why the fuck ain't nobody saying nothing about Ja? Ain't nobody say shit about Ja. They just saying shit about him. When you that's how you know when the motherfucker the king. When you going after somebody, you know he the king. Same way with Boots, because I fuck with Boots. So a lot of this shit is reflect back on Boots. People say the same shit and do the same shit, but everything they do and say, that lets you know, all right, he the king. Because in the first place, you can't say, yo, Boot ain't fighting no fucking body, yo, he ain't shit. But
they
then
always say that though.
Then y'all say, yo, he need this amount of money, and he ain't trying to fight him, and all this other goofy ass shit. And all the people they talking about, they know in their heart, you can't be fucking serious. Like, even the people that like Haney, y'all know Haney ain't fucking with Boots. Boots literally be sparring heavyweights and fucking them up in real life. And you think, I don't give a fuck who you think you is. Ryan could have been juiced up with fucking Hulkamaniac pills. Guess what? He's still not punching the way Boots punching. And you seen when fucking he did the Haney. And y'all want Boots to do that to Haney? That means y'all not Haney fans. If y'all want to see Haney get fucked up like that, y'all should be like, you know what? Stay away from that motherfucker. You smart. That's how I know people just be catman, yo. People just want to say shit just to say shit. Which this is boxing. Boxing has a lot more opinions than facts. So I get it. People want to talk your shit. But like at the end of the day, don't try to make me believe that bullshit. You can argue all day long, but don't try to make me believe that bullshit. It is what it is. Everybody entitled to their opinion though, yo.
Yeah, you know they are. Their opinions like assholes. Everybody got one. But thank you so much, Doctor.
Haney ain't shit. My bad, yo.
No, you good. You good because I'm put his ass up off of here.
I want to say
worry about that.
Oh, hold on. I forgot one last thing. What I was saying about that one company, it's the same thing. Like they said about Juke just said it about fucking pattern recognition. I do the same shit. I peep everything. So pattern recognition. If both of these motherfuckers some lying ass motherfuckers, Shakur and Haney, they both some lying ass motherfuckers. I don't know at any time they have told the truth. And if they did tell the truth, I can't believe it because they some lying ass, capping ass motherfuckers. Pattern recognition. So why am I expecting them to tell the truth? I don't believe shit they say about nothing, not even their own fucking name.
Talk about
the name they tell me that might not even be their birth name. That might just be the stage name they go by. That's why I don't trust none of these motherfuckers. Now, if you do, God bless you, yo. But that means maybe you might want to get a DNA test for your baby because it probably ain't fucking yours. Because if you just got that goofy and you let people lie to you that easily, god damn, yo, who you paying child support for, yo? That's the real question you need to be asking. Don't worry about if Haney getting money. Worry about where your money going at. Because you just damn gullible.
Thank
crazy,
you, Dr.
yo.
Eugene. Frequent, bring your raggedy ass back up here. Because I want to tell you something about yourself. While I'm waiting on him to come up here, Jupe, talk to me, baby. Because I'm going to let Frequent know about his life. But come on, talk to me.
Hey, baby. Yeah. First of all, thank you. Amazing show tonight. Thank you for allowing me on.
Of course.
A lot of good information. So there's multiple points I wanted to hit on. Number one, when it comes to this whole like Benavidez, Benavidez situation, and I heard the whole talk of, will he be ducking because he don't want to fight for a Zuffa belt? What Benavidez said is that I want to fight Opetaia. I don't understand why he signed to Zuffa. I'm not fighting for no Zuffa belt because it's illegitimate, and that makes sense. It's illegitimate. It doesn't make sense. It absolutely makes no sense. Like, it's an illegitimate belt, and what I'm trying to get people to understand, and I just think boxing fans.
Hold on one second, Jude. Round one, you bring your ass too. Cause who the Benavidez duck? I'm listen, we taking all comers. We taking everybody tonight. We not ducking no smoke. Bring your ass round one. You, the nigga Frequent up here, y'all out y'all mind. David Benavidez ducks no smoke. And I'm standing 10 toes down. I got about 5 minutes for you niggas, and I only need 2. What's popping? Click that link.
I know he don't duck, Queen, but that's duck energy though.
Shut your ass up, Frequent. Go ahead, Juke.
So let me tell you something, Jab. I don't even think, what I know about these particular fan base, they don't believe the stuff they're saying. I think it's more about putting out a narrative. They don't believe what they're saying. They're just trying, they have instructions, they have bosses, they have people they report to, and they come on social media to push a narrative. It's not duck energy. At the end of the day, the duck energy was when Opetaia left traditional boxing. And that's why I keep trying to reiterate. This is just not another boxing promotional entity. Zuffa is its own league. It's a private league. So people keep saying, oh, well, he fought Zerto, and Zerto, I thought that Opetaia is better than Zerto. Okay, you may have felt that way. The second Opetaia made the decision to leave, to abandon boxing, traditional boxing, because like there's boxing and then there's Zuffa. There's boxing and then there's Zuffa. Okay, for example, in the MMA world, it's completely.
Well, I don't see that. No,
I don't care what you see.
Nobody cares.
It's what's fact. It's not about what we see. I'm talking about what's factually done legally. Factually. Your opinion doesn't matter what you see.
So it's another side of the street.
Actually, no, it's not on the side of the street. It's different. A side of the street means you can potentially cross it. It might be more complicated, but you can cross it. It's easy, like it's okay. For example, in boxing, as much as y'all complained and whined about the fights aren't being made, we saw Errol fight Bud. We saw.
No, but that's
I'm not done.
Do not interrupt her. Do not interrupt her. Round one. Give her a second. Let her finish.
Okay,
baby.
sorry.
Because see, they don't listen. They wait to argue. They don't want any understanding. That's what I want y'all to understand. We need to stop debating them. They need to stop coming up on panels. They don't want to understand. They come here to disagree. You see how I didn't get a word in edgewise and he interrupted because he's not listening. That's not what they're here for. They're here to push propaganda. They're paid to push propaganda. The end of the day, we got Wilder Fury. We got Fulton in a way. We got these cross promotional fights against promotional companies. And then people sold you the UFC model. But if you look at the MMA, because UFC is not a sport, UFC is a company, an entity. MMA, mixed martial arts, is a sport. Mixed martial arts had 3 separate companies that never, ever, ever fought each other. You had Bellator on Showtime. You had UFC on ESPN. I forgot what PFL was on. They never fought each other. They all had their own belts, their own sanctioning bodies, their own entities. They never mixed it up. And how they trick boxing fans is by comparing UFC to the whole of boxing. But if you compared MMA, the whole of MMA, to the whole of boxing, you would see that boxing was in a better position because people actually fought each other across companies. They did not and do not in MMA. So you're expecting Dana White, who would not even fight, he would not even make fights with other companies in his own sport, and he's suddenly going to do it in boxing? Tell me when did a UFC champion fight the Bellator champion? Tell me. When did the Bellator champion fight the PFL champion?
I can say that.
So and my thing is right. But meanwhile in boxing it happened all the time.
No, boxing doesn't. Boxing doesn't have that aspect. No, it doesn't. Boxing had the same thing as MMA. When you're talking about these different organizations, you're talking about when boxing, as us boxing fans, you had other fucking promotions saying the other side of the street. That's around that. Yeah,
I just asked you a specific question. Can you tell me?
Yeah.
What?
It's kind of hard.
First of all,
hold on, round one. Hold on. Let her finish her question, and then you can clarify. Go ahead, Drew.
Why men can't just like chill out? You see how they can't, and then when I do it to them, they cry. They don't have any self-control. And then he interrupted me just to not answer the freaking question. It's one thing if you interrupt me and answer my question. You didn't even do it. What MMA champion fought a Bellator champion?
Okay, the Bellator champions lost to MMA champions. There's a two-time Bellator.
Name it. You talking? No. Name the names.
UFC.
Name the names.
He's not.
Name the names.
Bellators are.
Yes, name the names. Yes. So you interrupted me for nothing.
Round one, baby. You gotta let her just finish.
All he had to do was say that the MMA champ, the unifications between, they did. And he would give a soliloquy. You interrupted me for nothing. I don't ever want to hear the men are more logical. I never want to hear it again. Y'all have no self-control, and you can't even answer a direct question. He rambled. All he had to do was give me a name. So-and-so fought so-and-so. So-and-so, they unified the 2 different entities. He didn't do that because he can't. I can give you a laundry list when it comes to boxing, though. I can give you a laundry list. So my point is this. It never happened. So at the end of the day, once you go to Zuffa, you didn't go to the other side of the street. You signed to a separate entity. That's not boxing, it's Zuffa. And once you go to Zuffa, you calling out people outside of Zuffa is irrelevant. I get it. Oh, Jai Opetaia was not. Yes, he was. Past tense. He relinquished it the second he went to Zuffa. Mm-hmm. I don't care. You are not about to y'all complained about sides of the street, and now you about to bitch and moan about telling people who earned their fan base, who did the work to now cross another, not just cross the street, cross the ocean. Absolutely not. I am not about to ask Benavidez after he tried his best to get the Canelo fight. Canelo wouldn't fight him. Fine. He did what he did. He built his resume up. He built his own lane. Meanwhile, Opetaia was there. You could have did that. Bivol was there. Y'all played with him Turkey played with that man. And now that he done built his own lane, carved it out, he the king of the hill. They're like, oh, well, I don't give a damn about what you was. The second you left traditional boxing, you became irrelevant. That's just what I'm sorry. If Opetaia wants to fight Benavidez, come over to PBC, because at the end of the day, Benavidez is bigger than Opetaia. No one's checking for no dang on Opetaia fight. You got, like, Benavidez earned a lot of Canelo's fan base this past Cinco de Mayo. Now everyone wants to hitch a ride and latch themselves to him. It's too late. It's too late. That's all I'm saying. I don't care. No, I'm sorry. Benavidez don't have to. Well, he can just fight. They can just do a ring card. Screw Ring. Ring tried to screw that man. Ring kept him away from Bivol. Ring didn't make that Caleb fight. He don't owe Ring nothing. He ain't got to go nowhere. If you want that, you come to him. I'm sorry. Because at the end of the day, Zuffa needs boxing's cosign for legitimacy. That's why they're so thirsty. It's a reason why people are trying to make Benavidez like a duck. It's a reason why they're so thirsty to get traditional boxers to come over. They need the legitimacy. Traditional boxing already has legitimacy. If you don't get the names, or forget the names, if you don't get the belts, your Zuffa's nothing. And they will just be a D-League. So why would I help them when they literally try to prevent Benavidez from the fights he needed?
And they didn't want to they didn't want to work with the boxing sanction bodies. They kept saying we're not going to work with them. They try to act like they're bigger than the program. So
they were bigger than the program, but now that they need help, let's work together. No, you're my enemy. You're a snake.
Well, hold on, Jupe. Go ahead, round one, because you.
Okay, let me say this.
You gotta start having a time limit or something, man.
I know, frequent. I know, baby.
Let me say this. First of all, David, he's been ducking. He's a PBC. He's been ducking the real fights.
Who is he?
No. Look at David Morrell. That's his biggest win. The David Morrell. Look, he got TKO.
Are you on drugs?
Yeah. No. Look at David Morrell. Look. That's his biggest win. Look. Okay, even someone like
Caleb wasn't more accomplished than David Morrell.
Caleb was the same as David Morrell. David Morrell was a 2-division champ. Caleb wasn't a 2-division champ. Caleb wasn't. At least David Morrell had a WBA champ and a WBA other champ at 2 divisions at 168 and 170. So I don't know if we're gonna count that. We're gonna count that as titles, achievements, whatever. But if we're looking at David Morrell is the 2-division champion and Caleb is a 1-division champion. It's just what it is, right? It's just what it is. But when we're looking at it, it's different. I mean, if we're looking at David, he's moving, he's ducking different. He's eating duck tacos. No, don't tell me he's not, because he is. There's no way he's like, come on. We got Callum Smith. His 3rd fight at 175, moving up from 168, is a better BF. But we got David Benavidez. His 3rd fight is Anthony Yard. No, we ain't doing that. Like, David is moving funny, and he's always been moving funny. I mean, his wins is looking. Look at Giasov. Giasov, he was in Zuffa boxing and got knocked out by a guy that David Morrell beat. And David Morrell didn't knock this guy out, and David Benavidez didn't knock that Giasov out. And look, bro, we had Hot Rod knocking out a guy. Who was it was the other guy David had at 175, his first fight. We had Hot Rod knocking that guy out. Like, David, really, we ain't doing that, especially with David. Like, come on, we seen him coming up. And he got a fight with Yard. He got knocked out by champions. Kovalev, better BF. Those are champions. He got knocked out, but he lost. But we're not doing that. And that's the thing. David is a hype job. Like, when people saying, he fought Zurdo. Zurdo was a hype job too. He was a Golden Boy guy. He was a hype job.
You can't say him fighting. You can't say him fighting Zerto was a hype job. He done fought David Morrell. He done fought Caleb Plant. He done fought so many guys that so you have to say his whole resume is hype job. So you might as well say the
Yeah,
whole boxing is hype job.
it was
So
hype
then
job.
all the
And
boxing is hype jobs, bro. Because you acting like you don't have no
Andrade is a
names
hype
on
job.
his.
Like
if we're being
Come
real,
on, round one. You have to
I've
stop
seen
round
David
one.
fight.
You
I've seen
doing
David.
too much, baby. You
If we
doing too
being
much.
real,
Bro.
I've seen Benavidez beat slick fighters better than Bivol.
I mean,
I think Bivol's one of the best
Caleb
fighters
Plant.
ever.
He beat
I
Caleb
haven't
Plant.
Come
seen
on, one
Bivol.
at a time,
Yeah,
one at a time, baby. But okay, so you can't say they hype jobs then. What are you talking about, round one?
No, but I'm saying like David, he's the hype. Like I mean, when we're talking about David,
We're not doing that. No, we're
no,
not.
I'm just saying like we're talking about a hype, a PBC hype
We're
job.
not doing
That's
that,
what
baby.
it is. That's what it
No,
is.
and let me tell
true.
you something. Round one, let me tell you something. I see a lot of y'all, right? Y'all run around on this internet disrespecting and clout chasing over PBC fighters all along. I don't know if it's because Al Heyman is black or what the case may be, but I'm gonna tell you something else. A lot of these other sanctioning bodies or these other promotional companies try to mimic their business model after the PBCs, especially Turkey Al Sheik. So y'all have to stop this shit, right?
No,
We have a
PBC is
lot of
trash,
PBC hate. Yeah, PBC
It's
trash. They got
trash, though.
all of the Stop.
They're
We're not doing this.
trash. Meanwhile,
Hold
one
on.
slick fighter did Bivol beat.
Hold on. Juke, hold on 1 second. Go
I
ahead,
don't-
Ray. Go ahead, Ray. Go ahead, Ray.
Dang, Ray can't jump the line, can he?
Shut your ass up, because you've been talking. You lucky I let your raggedy ass back up here frequent. Go ahead, Ray.
Juke, never met you. I mean, some things you said were a little could be scrutinized, but I'm not going to do that. But I do want to talk to round one. Round one, I respect you too. I don't know you, but dude, I don't know how you just said everything you just said about David Benavidez.
Well, hold on. Listen. Round one is new on the panel. Y'all have to give him a minute to adjust. He not used to being around real niggas, so y'all gotta chill out. Round one is
No, I'm
my
not
little boo
attacking him.
thing. But don't attack. I'm about to say don't attack him. But round one gotta stand his ground. If you coming at him, come at him. He gotta learn that this ain't my panel is not for the faint at heart. You understand? You gotta let your nuts hang when you click my link.
Oh,
I'm just gonna
I got
put that
my nuts
PSA out there.
hanging low. I got
You
my
gotta
nuts
let them
hanging
hang
low.
when you click my link, baby, because this ain't for the faint at heart. But go ahead.
I mean, we got to understand. Benavidez is showing nothing but warrior spirit as he's been in these rings, bro. He went out there and made that fight when he was trying to make the fight with what's his name before, and he went and said he didn't want that fight. He wanted Morrell, so he actually stepped up to the table. Morrell hasn't shown anything since he's been to 175. When he was at 168, is not the same guy. Yeah, people thought he was a great boxer, but yo, the resume of David Benavidez is sick, bro. Like that shit is out of control. Is it because of Canelo beef or whatever y'all want to put out there? That's crazy. I'm not going to put the PBC or top rank. I'm not going the promotional way here. I'm just saying, for your choice of words for David Benavidez, bro, that sounds like some hateful shit. And I'm a guy that don't even like Benavidez, but I respect him. I mean, that's just crazy that you would even go all out and say the things you just said. Like that sounds like hate, bro. I just think that you really need to reconsider that. Your triangle theory was out of control. You started naming boxers that fought boxers that beat boxers that other boxers didn't stop. That happens all the time in boxing, man. You can't use that type of theory to try to make somebody relevant or non-relevant. So I think you really should just reevaluate that conversation. I mean, I don't know if you're a little nervous because you up here, like she said, for the first time or whatever the case, bro. But damn, bro, I think that was crazy. But shout out to y'all, man. I just came up here to just tap in.
Shout out to you, Red Davis, baby. And it's always a pleasure when you want to panel. I told you, whenever you want to lead these diseased, crazed Haneyacks, you more than welcome to come join Jab's army, baby, because you got a little bit of sense, because Frequent Flyer, I don't know what be going on over there. Frequent Flyer, I'm glad you over here, because you know what? I got a question for you. I watched one of your shows the other day when you had this young lady, the lesbian young lady over there. Y'all were very disrespectful. Y'all were very mean, and I want to know what is that all about?
Oh, well, first off, let me say that Hanos clan is blood in, blood out. Ray know he can't get out, he in, man. But
shut the hell up. That ain't got nothing to do with what I just said, nigga.
No, but you talking about what's her name?
The young
Frankie,
lady that was
Frank.
the young lady that was over there, y'all was
No, me
being
and her
very
cool.
disrespectful. Well,
Not
I
not
can't
me.
tell. I
Not
can't
me. Me
tell.
and her cool. That was her and Rich
That's a
going back and forth because they got
no
that. They because
frequent.
she from Baltimore and Rich from DC and they had their little rivalry. I figured that out later on because I kept trying to stop him from going at her and then she going back at him. They was going back and forth. He kept taking shots at her and then I found out. You know what I'm saying during that live the reason why. But no, me and her cool though. We actually cool.
Yeah, but
You know what I'm
frequent
saying
is
I
your
wasn't
panel.
disrespecting her.
That's your panel. That's your channel. That's your StreamYard. You have to control what goes on your panel. If you have a young lady joining your panel, regardless of her sexual orientation, you should show her respect.
I did.
You
And I was
167
trying
years
to
old.
tell
No, but
Rich to
everybody on
stop.
your panel, stop it. Everybody on your panel should be showing her respect. You are 167 years old. You should be showing this young lady respect.
Hey, I was, and I was
I mean,
I was calming Rich down too though. Ask Ray.
yeah,
Ray was there. Ray
she
was
did
there
say she
too.
was gonna bend Rich over it.
Yeah. Her and Rich, like
They was going at it.
wasn't just getting attacked. She was, throwing shots too. They was going back and forth. I was just trying to stop them. You know what I'm saying? Because they was actually messing up the panel, to be honest.
Yeah,
I was trying
yeah,
to get
and you
them to
need to have
stop.
better control
Yeah,
of that
yeah,
frequent. Come on, man.
yeah.
You
Frequent.
that's your panel. You should have better control of that panel. Come
Yeah,
on, man. That young lady just wanted to talk boxing and y'all was very rude. And I said, oh my goodness, I cannot believe this.
No, but
Frequent is
Rich,
better than this.
no, but Rich said, no, Rich ain't. When I talked to Rich, he ain't like the way she came on because she did come up talking crazy at first when she made her
She said she
entrance. Her
wanted to talk
entrance was
boxing.
crazy.
Shout out to Flyer,
And
my
then,
boy.
I was trying to figure out who she was, but then I realized who she was. And then, we started busting it up, but Rich wasn't going to let it go. You know what I'm saying? Because of the
Yeah,
way
but
she
that's your
came up there. She
panel.
came up.
But frequent, that's your panel. You have to control the niggas on your panel, bro.
Yeah, I did the best of my ability. But when I get him in
Now, ain't no
control, then
best of
she
your
got out of
ability.
control.
You
Then when
mute
I get
niggas.
her
You
in
push them
control, then he
off.
get out of control. They kept taking shots at each other.
Frequent, come on, man. You older. Come on, man. You an OG. You supposed to know better. You still, that's your panel, bro. You mute niggas. You tell them to shut up. You boo them if they being disrespectful to your guests. This is a young lady who just came up. She wanted to talk about boxing. Whether she want to talk her shit or not, that's still a young lady, bro. Mad at y'all, yo. Y'all be running around here calling women B words, acting all out y'all face. I don't know what's wrong with some of y'all. Y'all have to tap into whatever masculinity that y'all got left. But disrespecting females, come on, frequent. You better than that, yo.
True.
You don't catch me disrespecting
Put their ass
females
in the
like
back
that.
next
But
time,
that's
Flyer.
I'm
That's all.
not
Just
doing
no,
put
that.
their
y'all
ass
know
in the
that ain't
back.
the way it go over there. Y'all don't be throwing people in the back and all of
I'm
that.
not doing that.
You know, you get to get your bars off over there. She came over there,
It's a
all
way
gung
That's
though.
ho
It's
not
a
like
way
getting
to
your
that and
let
bars
people
off.
everything.
Though.
do
Come
it.
on,
Look,
It's
frequent.
a
She
way.
came
when I
over there,
say,
turned her
even
camera
when I
on,
say
was talking
Devin
her stuff
Way.
Haney
and
is the
everything.
hype
So
job,
she told them
I'm not gonna,
she was gonna bend.
Hold on, because it's a lot of y'all talking at one time, and we can only have one person talking at one time. Frequent, you finish up, and then round one, he seems like he has something to say. So, frequent, you unmute yourself, and you tell me what it is that you have to say, because we're still discussing this conversation, because I was very disappointed. I ain't caught your ass
Yeah,
yet. This is the first time that I was able to talk to you about the situation, but that's not cool, yo. That's not
no,
cool.
but
A
like,
lot of y'all. A lot of
no,
y'all,
but
and it's
like,
not just you. It's a bunch of y'all niggas running around here calling women the B word, acting like y'all out y'all body because y'all don't agree with what a female has to say. So what?
First of all, can't nobody on the whole space of YouTube say they ever heard me even call it, say a curse word out loud. You know what I'm saying on live or anywhere, not in person either. So it wasn't me disrespecting her, but she came up there, talking about she bending Richard, she gonna bend somebody over, and she came up there all gung ho and everything.
Yeah.
And they was all offended, but y'all know I got thick skin. So when she came up there like that, and then she started calling me frequent liar, I was like, wait a minute, I know that name from somewhere. I was looking at her name and I realized, she was somebody who used to be on Fanon channel when I used to be on Fanon channel. So then we started busting it up and everything. And me and her was cool, but Rich wasn't letting it go because he was mad at the fact that she came up there talking about what she was going to do to everybody and calling people out their names. So if you make an
reconcile that,
entrance
right?
like that, like,
But frequent,
hey,
you
I
have
did
to
my
stop
best.
that. No,
I
it's
did
not
I
doing
did
your
my
best.
best to try to.
Did you mute niggas? Did you mute niggas? Did you boot niggas? And that's not doing your best. You have
No,
listen. If
we
your
kind of
channel is
savage over
growing,
there though. It's like you said.
yeah, no,
You
it's a
said
bunch of
over
bottom
here,
feeders.
you know,
Let's
it's
call it
not
what
for
it
the
is.
faint of heart over there. You
It's
know,
not.
people
It's
get
not.
cooked and everything,
No,
thrown in
no, people don't
incinerators and
get
all
no.
of that stuff.
Oh,
You know what I'm
please,
saying?
child.
So
Listen, that's not what it is. What it is
it's equal
it's a bunch of
opportunity over there.
no,
Females
it's
get
not.
cooked
It's a
too. It
bunch of
ain't.
niggas. It's a bunch of niggas emotional, wearing their heart on their sleeve. You know, at some point, it doesn't matter. You can cook somebody, but you can still cook them respectfully. You don't have to be disrespectful, calling them all out their name, acting a fool. That's not cooking somebody. That's showing me how immature you are and emotionally insecure you are.
That's
It's
what I
your
be
panel.
saying.
You
I'm
have to
glad you finally see it now because they be going crazy on these panels and everything, and I be chilling.
Yeah,
You
but
know,
come on,
I've
frequent
been
man.
trying to tell y'all that for
But
years.
that's your
That don't mean
panel, yo.
y'all
You
winning
got to
because
do
y'all
better.
screaming and cursing and
You
all of that stuff.
and you're right. That don't mean that, but you have to control your panel because you better than that. I expect more from you. You 167. You know better. But go
I
ahead.
mean,
Round one. Not be quiet, frequent. Go ahead, round one.
Okay, like I said, David been ducking. He's eating
This
duck
nigga still talking
tacos.
about
No,
David.
no, no, no,
Stop,
no, no.
child.
Look. We gonna say it because
oh,
it's
hold on.
true.
I ain't get my
No,
bars off about David real quick though, Queen.
go
Yeah, I
ahead.
just
Go
wanted
ahead,
to say,
frequent.
yeah, I
Hold on, round.
totally
Hurry up,
disagree.
frequent.
I totally
Go ahead,
disagree with
Frequent, my
what
boy Frequent. Go ahead.
I totally disagree with, you know, David Benavidez being a hype job. You know what I'm saying? I think David Benavidez is the truth. I'm just mad at the fact that he talking like he ain't going to try to pursue that Ja Opetaia fight because I want to see the best fights. I want to see him
That's
fight
No,
true.
Ja
that's
Okay,
Opetaia.
enough.
That's
We
all.
done. We
Come
done.
You
on,
know,
fight,
Okay.
man.
Thank
I,
Money
you,
I
talk.
you're
think
right.
he
frequent.
the
No
truth
wrong.
We're
though.
not talking about. Okay, thank you, frequent. Go take your sleepy pills. Go ahead, round one, baby.
Damn.
Go
No,
ahead,
but
baby.
I'm saying like it's true because I mean back then when I was a Canelo fan, I was dissing him because he was ducking a Triple G and he was in his early 20s,
Y'all have to
almost
stop
30s.
this.
So
Y'all have
we've
to
seen
stop
him
this.
fight that, and then look, David Benavidez is in his early 20s, and the Triple G's for him is better or Bivol, and he's not taking them fights. So that's what
That's
I'm looking at. He's
100%
not
untrue.
taking
That's
them fights.
100% untrue, bro.
No,
Bebo dropped his belt. I don't care about y'all talking about some little fake
they're
ass back injury.
undisputed though.
Usyk
They're
had a fake
undisputed.
ass back injury. No. Well, listen, we're not gonna play these silly little games, okay? We're not gonna act like Benavidez didn't call him out. We're not gonna act like he didn't fly all the way
So
to
we're
Saudi
not gonna
Arabia
act
after
that
that.
the IBF
Listen,
belt.
let me
We're not gonna.
finish. Let me finish.
Bivol beat Zerlo
Don't make
first.
me mute you. Don't. You niggas got me fucked up. Do not make me mute you. I'm gonna mute you, and you keep it up, I will boot you. I am the HBIC around here. Do not get it confused. Like I said, Bivol dropped his belt so he wouldn't have to fight David Benavidez when David Benavidez was his mandatory. I don't care about his little back issues. He got the same back issues Usyk had when we caught his ass doing the Macarena or whatever the hell you want to call it. Now he's about to fight at the end of the month, so all of a sudden he's better. His back is fine. Everything else, he still didn't fight the third fight with Benavidez. You know what I'm saying? The reason that David Benavidez flew to Saudi Arabia was to challenge the winner. Then all of a sudden they're like, oh no, we're about to do a third fight. Stop playing these games like David Benavidez is ducking niggas. He been calling out Canelo for years. His scary ass didn't want to fight him. What's the problem? Like, tell me the truth, yo.
Okay, I
Why
see
do
it. I
y'all
see it. I see it.
refuse?
No,
Let
it's
me
cool. I
finish
see
my
it.
question.
Why
Let
he
me
ain't
finish my
fight
question.
Bud though?
Why do y'all refuse? Why do y'all refuse to give David Benavidez his credit? Go.
No. Look. I gave him his credit, but at the same time, like I said, when people are saying, "Oh, he beat Zerdo, he beat this," we're gonna put him top pound for pound above Shakur, above Devin Haney, and all this shit. What the fuck? David Benavidez above Shakur, above Devin Haney, a guy who
Absolutely.
did lineal. No.
Absolutely.
And Bivol already beat Zerdo.
Absolutely.
No, but they're lineal champions,
Shut
bro.
up,
We're
frequent.
not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. Yeah, David Benavidez is more a better. Yeah, he's a better fighter than these guys. But at the same time, when we're looking at accolades, and that's what it is, we're looking at that. Clearly, he don't have that yet. He's never beat the man in 3 different weight divisions. People like Shakur and Devin Haney, yeah, they did it boring, but they did it. And that's why I can't put him above pound for
Shakur
pound
got
list. And
4
he is
weight
in the pound for
divisions.
pound list, but at the same time, David Benavidez never fought the fights that he should have been fought. I mean, come on. we're gonna say he dug Bivol when Bivol his next fight was the IBF mandatory, and then the WBC did some fuckaroo shit like they did with Tevin Bunce Crawford, like they did with fucking Shakur. They did some fuckaroo shit. We're not no, fuck that. The WBC is a bitch.
round one.
No, for real. They did some fuckaroo shit, and that's what they did because David wasn't next. No, he wasn't next. The IBF was next, and David. They just threw him, we're going to just throw the thing so we can get some money. And that's what it is, about money. The sanctioning bodies is about money. And it's like trash.
This is a business round one. Well, are you okay? This is a business. You know what I'm saying? They're all about money.
We want to see the best fights. Tell them round one.
Take it over.
You tell your goddamn favorite fighter you want to see the best fights. Going over to Zuffa ain't gonna get
David
you the best
ain't the best fighter. He ain't fighting the best. He's not the best fighter.
He gotta fight the best.
Y'all do a lot of lying. Y'all do a lot of lying, a lot of capping.
No,
that
come
last
on
fight
now,
that I
bro.
seen
With
Jao
David
Opetaia in with Brandon
not that
Glutton.
guy.
You
He
crazy?
he didn't
David
fight.
Benavidez will beat him the fuck up and stop him. Are you
Well,
on
we
drugs?
want to see it then.
Are you on drugs?
No.
We're not doing this. Okay, go away. We're not doing this.
Jack,
we're
can I
not
say
doing
something?
this. Please do.
I'm gonna just say this, and like I hear like everybody saying we want the best fights the best, and
they're on drugs.
It's been about a year now when I literally told people that this whole Zuffa boxing would prevent the best fighting the best. It would get in the way of the best fighting the best, but people didn't want to listen. They claimed the size of the street was a problem. I said this is going to create a whole ocean, a whole continent, and that's what it's done. But they advocated for it. So now that it's here, they're mad at people saying, think about this for example. Benavidez has been crossing streets. He's crossed so many streets. He's built his name up. He is. And now you're asking him to cross the ocean. No, he doesn't have to do that. You asked for something that you didn't listen to us. You didn't heed the warning. I said Zuffa would destroy more fights than it gave us. There is no fight that Zuffa has given us that's better than the fights it's already destroyed, which is Opetaia versus Benavidez. It is not duck talk for Benavidez to say no, because Benavidez already did it. He went over to the ring. He went to Saudi Arabia. He allowed Turkey to play with him and with the Calvin Smith fight. He didn't get the Bivol fight. He didn't get the Canelo fight. Now he's his own entity, established himself, and now you're asking him to still make concessions. No. If he said no, that's fine.
To that?
No.
Hold on, let her finish.
No.
Do not interrupt her. Do not interrupt.
I let y'all talk. Why can't I want y'all to investigate internally? Why is it that y'all talk freely and I said nothing, but you can't do the same for me? I want you to investigate that internally and what's wrong with you.
I just wanted to ask you a question.
But I wasn't done. You were talking. I didn't ask you a question.
Let her finish.
I literally sat back and let you run your mouth. Didn't it? Okay,
finish.
Go ahead. At the end of the day, all I'm gonna say is this. I get what y'all saying, but like no, like we have to. You asked for this separate entity. Y'all rooted for them. They pushed it through the House. It's about to go through the Senate. You got what you wanted. And at the end of the day, I would love to see that fight. It should have happened beforehand. It really should have. But everyone's trying to make everybody a duck and this person does. No, it's not. It's just that we have to accept that there are now separations in the sport. Y'all call for it, y'all got it. But now you want everybody to play. Like it's just not, it's not gonna happen that way. And y'all, I think the problem is that people don't want to accept the thing that they asked for. That's the reality of it. And Dana White said it. Dana White Ben said he was anti, the sanctioning bodies. It is what it is. That's all I'm saying. And so I would love to see these different fights. I think what Benavidez should do at this point, I think he should either. I think he's a good fighter. I think I would have loved the Jai Opetaia fight before he signed with Zuffa, but it is what it is. Maybe he can get free. But at this point, I think he needs to just fight at cruiserweight. Because if Bivol wants to fight him, Bivol needs to come up. Because Bivol had his opportunity. I would not. 25 pounds is a lot of weight to drop. I would see if they can fight me at a catch weight. That's just what I would do at this point. But he will do what he want to do that sees fit. I just feel like people are being very unfair. They all about A side, B side until someone they don't like. And now suddenly we just change all the rules because your side isn't getting the best of the deal. But that's all I got. I'm let them go.
Thank you so much, Juba. I appreciate you stopping by, sis. Love when you on the panel. So it was a very interesting conversation. And come back next time I'm live for sure. Frequent, you got 2 seconds, bro. Hurry up.
I really wanted to ask her a question, but it's a difference between the fight not being able to be made because of the politics, the sanctioning bodies or promoters and all of that stuff. But it's a difference when the fighter himself just don't want to make the fight, who just he just don't want to do it. That's why we say it's a duck, because it's not like it's not happening because of politics or sides of the streets and none of that. That's what the argument was when people said the side of the streets all the time. With the sanctioning bodies, it'll be the promoters saying that they're not going to let their fighter go over there and they got to come sign over here and this and that and the third. But if none of those politics is in the way, the fighter is just saying, I don't want to go and do it. So that's why, Chris Osbury was saying that it's a quiet duck,
Yeah, but that's not the truth.
A duck.
That's not the truth, Frequent. Please carry your ass. You're doing too much. Go ahead, Ray Davis. I told you you gotta start picking your company better. You can't be hanging out with Frequent. You gotta start picking your company better,
my
baby.
vice president. You know that.
Oh my goodness, you got to go then. You got to go
I'm
then.
just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, all seriousness. What you said has some legitimacy, but where I disagree is, one, we just got Zuffa. We don't know what it is. We're just going by what Dana has done in the UFC. This is a whole different branch of sport. This is boxing. So we don't know where he's going to go. He's putting his foot in the water. He's made it hot. Regardless, got burned a little bit because he doesn't know what to do. Now he doesn't know what to expect. So we don't know what the future holds. So I'm not even going to go down that road. But just to put that out there, as far as Jai Opetaia did call out David Benavidez early when he said, why does he want to fight before he signed the Zuffa? Why does he want to fight Zurdo? He could fight me. I'm the best in the division. If he believes he's the best, I'm the best. So I believe that David Benavidez beats Jai Opetaia. I think it's his toughest fight, and that's the one we want to see. But at the same time, we have to understand that Jai did put the invitation out there way before he made that contract with Zurdo. So I don't think he's ducking. I just think that he wanted to get something to hold weight with, was a championship from somebody he knew and somebody he was comfortable with fighting or moving up, which makes sense for most fighters. They don't move up all the time and jump into the prime pan. But it'd be a good fight. At the end of the day, you know what I mean? Let's make it happen. If Zuffa's was holding him back, then wait till the ring card happens or wait till something else. You heard David Benavidez, which I think a lot of people missed the point where he said if they want the fight to happen, you know what I mean? And they want me here or there, pay me. Bring me the money. So if he's willing to take the money to go make the fight happen, pay that nigga. That's it. I don't want to hear nothing else. Like, all this duck talk is crazy. The guy is the best fighter in the world. He's proved it. And you know what I mean? Jai Opetaia is a threat. So let it happen.
Well, I appreciate you, baby, so much.
No problem.
Thank you so much for coming up. Oh boy. It was a very spirited debate tonight. Again, I don't know why people have such a problem with David Benavidez. I don't know if it's because he's on PBC or, given his past history, which I can't point to one single thing that tells me he's ducking. He calls these guys out publicly and then he privately makes the fight. So I'm really not sure what's going on. But Like I said, David Benavidez is what you would want your favorite fighter to model after. You know, he says, I'm going to bring the pain, I'm going to beat your ass. And then he gets in there and he does that via stoppage, TKO, or knockout, or whatever the case may be. He always delivers a very, very entertaining fight. He's going to fight to the very last second. You know what I'm saying? I'm rarely ever seen him hurt. I've rarely ever seen him, in some sort of trouble. And these are light heavyweight, whatever you want to call it, that he's in there with the ring, and he can only fight who's available for him to fight, and he can only fight who agrees to fight him. But a lot of y'all had nothing to say about Shakur punk ass, who got people sleeping with other people for their for his decisions, or whatever the case may be. Devin Haney out here lying about $100 million. Nobody got nothing to say about that, but everybody got something to say about Benavidez. Child, please. I will see y'all on the next one, honey. Mother is gone.